Mr. Drown? Hello, hello, hello. Make sure we can hear Mr. Dramalam.
Hey!
Yeah, we can. Ideal. Right, let me just get the old the stuff going. Oh, wrong one.
The cat.
Beneath the silica crystals, we found Alteria.
I am invisible.
Yes, there we go. I had to find the right browser source because it changes every time. So I got to
Really?
implement the
That's
new
fun.
one. There we go. Yay!
When we first landed there, we thought we were alone.
Yeah, I am now visible. Fantastic. Hello everyone. It's good to see you all again.
How you doing,
It has
Galax?
been a while.
How you doing,
Hey,
Dre?
Galax.
Mr. Chiron? How's everybody doing today? What's the date today? Don't think
24.
it's time for the old free memberships. Nope. Next month. Next month. Right. We are indeed on Prime Battalion, by the way. We will be heading over to Prime Battalion. We will... Should we quickly do the what's new with upcoming updates, Mr. Dram? Before we go into Prime
Go, man.
Battalion? Yeah, should we do that first?
Sure. You know what? I will send you this that you can show. Give me a sec. Give me 1 second. It is not complete. It is just my end putting it together as a little simple fucking JPEG. Is it? It is the path to release, so you can go ahead and show it there. This is, I mean, it's not exactly beautiful, but I want to have this on the Discord and basically be updating it as we go. You know? So if you have a look at it.
Okay, so we have got path to release, Soul Centauri unit structure split.
Yeah, so this is the stuff, just to clarify, this is like the stuff that is meant to be complete for 1.0. As soon as this is done, you can basically say it's 1.0, but I mean, there's still, the things that are not obviously on there are balancing and performance optimizations and polishing. That stuff is not on there because, of course, you know, that's just normal. You get my name.
How you doing, Mike? Thank you for the 5 gifted. Very much appreciated, mate. 5 memberships again. That's 2 times in a... That's what? 2 weeks in a row? 3? No. Yeah, 2 weeks in a row, I think. Thank you very much, mate. Very much appreciated. Yeah, so this is the path to release. So this is going to be path to 1.0. So we've got Soul Centauri unit structure split, single player campaign, editor for custom content via Steam Workshop. Oh, that's huge. That's ginormous. I was actually saying to the lads week before last about how much content can just be opened up by having just players and all sorts, just other, like, you know, talented individuals out there to be able to create their own things and implement it in the game via workshop content.
I'd like to clarify, like, just go down through the list and I'll go through them
Okay.
individually, what they mean. It'll be a bit easier to explain. And yes, Andre, thank you very much. It's good to see you here too.
How you doing, sir? Okay, should we... Okay, so we got the Soul Centauri unit structure split, so we already know what that entails. That means Soul and
Yes.
Centauri will be truly unique to each other. They'll have their own units. They will actually truly be separate factions.
And structures.
And structures. And their structures will be totally separated as well. Then we have the single player campaign. Okay.
Shall I go ahead and explain?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to be announcing that, like, full proper, you know, we kind of announced it during Gamescom, but it's kind of like, sorry, my apologies. It's lost in the kind of, well, yeah, the noise around Gamescom, of course, with the big titles and stuff. But the single player campaign is basically going to be, think Dune 2 style, right? In that you've got the globe. There it was just a map, of course, but you got the globe which you're trying to conquer, right? So that's how this is meant to work. You're going sector by sector, capturing it, and there's a kind of an overarching you could say more or less story for each faction. However, it's not one story. It's more like if you play Aliens, you're aiming to, of course, reclaim your homeland. Really, if you're playing as the Centauri or Sol, you're obviously battling for dominance of the planet, right? So it's not going to be like originally we were going to do. And I can be brutally honest here, of course. Originally we were going to do missions along the lines of what if you guys remember the intro to Silica, that one. So we're going to do that. The reality is that it just didn't click with that many people, and we thought based on the polls we did and all this kind of stuff, this is a direct result of the poll, right? Of the polls, right? Which is people prefer RTS and FPS play at the same time. And so the way we've decided to kind of approach the campaign is give more control to the player by doing it RTS style. And sorry, I'm going way off the rails here, Lycan, but I thought it just worthwhile explaining.
That's right. Carry on.
So basically giving much more control to the player in the sense of you start, of course, on tech level 0, and you're slowly building up towards the kind of like the final battle on Bolterus, right? But in essence, you kind of start a strategy game. You, of course, you start the campaign. You start attacking a sector. You start, of course, with your HQ and with your basic units there, and you kind of work to defeat the enemy, right? And you go sector by sector, or multiple sectors at a time. But I won't get into that. It'll be kind of explained a little bit later, right? And basically, that's the kind of idea. So you'll kind of spread across the planet and take the entire planet, right? There's going to be a little bit of a story there, but the aim was to not diverge too much from focus. I wanted to keep the focus, like laser focus, on improving strategy, right? So a lot of these things are aimed to kind of work for the single player campaign, but at the same time also improve general gameplay of strategy. I don't want to get into too many details because we're still like implementing a lot of that stuff. But yeah, the idea is, of course, you should still be able to play it FPS or RTS or both, right? So the way I want to kind of keep it, because the gameplay is kind of I think pretty good, is when you start attacking a sector, right? You, of course, you go in and you can either, again, you'll be able to choose if you want to be from above or on the ground. If you go on the ground, yeah, that's the Dune 2 map right there, right?
So,
good memories of that.
I just seen someone put it in there. Dawn of War 2. There was a map for Dawn, like a conquest map of planets, like that. Gonna let me. Oh god, I've got to do this. Really, game? God. So like that. Someone was mentioning.
Well, I mean, if you'd like, I can kind of show the work in progress globe controls. It's not finalized because there's a lot of the technical stuff is not implemented, but you can still like rotate around the globe and kind of click on the sectors and in quotations claim them. If you'd be interested, I could show that in a bit.
Of course. So we got. Oh, my cat just scared the absolute living crap out of me.
So that's a single player campaign, right? Because we wanted to make it realistic to achieve, right? So doing like these epic FPS missions would be a lot of fun to make. Unfortunately, I don't think we'd hit the exact audience at the moment. Because I don't think most people would want an FPS campaign. That's just clear from the polls. Everyone wants kind of combined arms. So that's what we've been aiming for instead.
Yeah.
Units combined. Do you want to continue on, or?
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Mr. Knecht, I'll get into that in a bit. And Golanx, you asked how Gamescom went. It wasn't exactly cheap. That's very true. But Gamescom went pretty well, I'd say. But I'm going to be brief because I wasn't there. I was actually with my kids. I couldn't go, unfortunately. But I am going to find out exactly, get a full brief on Tuesday. So I'll know for next time, hopefully.
Okay, so editor for custom content.
Yes. So right now you've got Sandbox, right? Sandbox was always intended to be the first step on the road to an editor, right? I'm swinging my bloody chair. I need to sit up because otherwise I keep swinging. So the editor is meant to be for making missions literally on par with fuck's sake, the Intro to Silica, right? The mission called Intro to Silica. So literally being able to place triggers, events, implement dubbing in some form, etc., etc., etc. And we want to provide ideally like a mission or two as examples on how this can be done. So Sandbox will remain Sandbox in the sense of you'll still be able to play it exactly in that kind of real-time game master approach. But at the same time, we want to make it possible to make proper missions, which you can share on Steam Workshop, and give the game a bit of a future. That's for 1.0. Eventually, like if and this is what I was saying before, if the game on release does decently, right? If it flops, it's a different story. Absolutely being brutally honest here, right? If it flops, I can't invest all that much time into like extending the editor, unfortunately. But if it doesn't, if it just like does normally or does really well, then of course the editor would be extended to support creating custom vehicles and all this kind of other custom stuff. I would really like to be able to do that. But just being perfectly clear, this is primarily for missions at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, so it's mainly like for creating like something similar to the Intro to Silica and stuff, where you've got almost like a scenario. I suppose is the better word for it. Like you can make your own scenario for players to play, with its own dialogue and its own like almost like mini campaign. I suppose.
And that's a good point. I might actually rename that from editor for custom content because I literally was putting this together a bit ago, right? So that's why it's well visually speaking, it's not exactly the most beautiful thing on the planet. That's fine, fuck it, right? But most importantly, yeah, some of the stuff I might change to be a bit more descriptive. So for example, custom content does sound like it's literally full blown modding 100%. But there, I think I'll just specify that we're talking about missions, right? Just be very specific because I wouldn't want to confuse people.
Yeah. Okay. So that then comes under the same thing as custom content via Steam Workshop. So we're talking about the scenarios being able to be shared through Steam Workshop, right?
Precisely.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna call it missions because it's just a bit easier to.
Yeah. RTS, attack, move, waypoints, etc.
Yeah, that's basically quality of life. The stuff which I've been delaying for so long, and ironically, it's actually the like those tasks are not difficult. Like attack, move, of all things, is just going to take like a couple of days. Waypoints a day or two. It's not that much. But the only reason it's been delayed for so long is because I knew it was some of the easy stuff, and quite frankly, I should have tackled it earlier. I will be honest, that was a bit of a fail. But what can you do? Right, so we will be diving into, of course, the RTS quality of life to make it on par with the standard RTS, because right now it is still quite basic.
Again, we've got AI used transports.
That one's a simple one. It's just, and I made it as like a separate task here, just so it's very clear, because it's a very like often asked question. I want the AI to both create transports as well as utilize them, right? So if you'd send a group of units and fucking send them into the middle of the battlefield and there's a transport with them as part of that group you're sending, they will go and they'll jump into that if it's far away based on the distance. It should be kind of more or less automatic. At the same time, as soon as they kind of encounter enemies, they should jump out, right? So you want kind of partial automation. At the same time, if you tell them to directly get into a truck, they should get into the truck and remain in the truck, even if it's going to blow up, right? That just kind of, they should probably. Maybe when it's like a sliver of health, they might hop out, but that's a iteration.
Or add, you could always add the command force unload maybe as well. Because I know in some RTSs, if a truck carrying troops blows up, sometimes they eject, either when they're a little bit damaged or they're fully fine, or they just die with the truck, which then leads the commander to like force unload to be able to save those troops. But then that's normally with aircraft. I know a lot of the lads in here play like quite a lot of RTSs. I'm pretty sure aircraft is just if you're blown up, you're blown up, right?
Well, in standard RTS, like in a standard RTS, once the transport gets destroyed, if there's troops on board, they just die, right? Um, the question is how realistic we want to go here. What feels right? Because on one hand you got an RTS, but on the other hand you got very realistic terrain and everything, right? So it is a bit like armor RTS to a degree, right? And you kind of expect a bit more intelligent behavior from the units because they're not fighting on a flat open field. The terrain is very plastic, it's very 3D. And I'm saying, I see Zeph saying, will there be improved AI commanders to play against? I don't see that in the list. Good point. It's meant to be as part of the improved AI behavior, right? So I'll actually add that to be improved AI behavior, unit, and commander, right? Because that is indeed missing. Good point.
So improved AI unit behavior and
Yes.
commander AI.
Yeah, basically improved AI unit / commander behavior. Just to clarify, of course. Yes, because it is being, of course, addressed, right?
Right, and then the next improved structure placement.
Improved.
Are we done with the unit behavior and AI? Oh my god, I can't speak. And the commander behaviors. Is there anything particular with those like behavior types you're going to be adding? And I suppose the next question is: are there going to be different types of AI commander? For example, like a turtle, or an aggressive commander, or more eco-heavy commander, like archetypes?
So good, very good question. So I'll first of all just address the improved AI unit behavior before diving into the commander. The AI improved AI like unit behavior is, of course, that soldiers don't not care about their own death, right? So I mean, if they're being attacked by something much larger than them, they will try and kind of like more spread and hide into cover, etc., right? The kind of the basic behavior, right? That I still will be diving into. Just want to clarify that one. For the commander, there's first of all, I need to get it to the kind of like the basic stuff, right? Which is not complete. Which is, they don't expand. That's a relatively simple one, ironically, but nevertheless, it still needs to be done. So I need to basically handle expansion. Also need to handle them exploring and claiming points of interest in the worlds, right? Because they need to claim bunkers and all this kind of stuff. It just makes sense. So there's that kind of stuff and of course tactics, right? And there's multiple ways I'll be kind of addressing this, and those tactics, the way I wanted the AI to kind of like work is to be a bit more dynamic in the sense I'll be adding a heat map, right? So when it's losing units like in a certain area in the map, it'll be kind of like that point will become, in quotations, hot, right? So what they'll be doing on their kind of map is like, okay, I need to avoid that area for a bit, and you'll get the flanking maneuvers coming in and all this kind of stuff, right? And this is one thing which is just the kind of like the more tactical level AI commander stuff, right? But then I wanted to have like aggression, right? And this is where I would have it kind of be more dynamic, right? Where at the start it would kind of like throw a dice and decide whether the AI is going to be a bit more aggressive baseline or a bit more defensive baseline, and then kind of evolve, over time. So if it's being defensive but you're not attacking, then it's going to start being more aggressive. Conversely, the opposite as well, right? Depending on how it's winning, losing, etc. This is all relatively simple to do, but this is what I kind of wanted to do. That's the dynamic behavior. And of course, I would also like to do it so that you can, like, in quotations, freeze those values, right? So you'd have, you could choose either, dynamic AI, or you could also choose whether it's going to be aggressive or conversely defensive, So that's kind of the way I want to approach this. Then of course there's the the question of preference of whether it prefers heavy units or light units, and the really important thing is the way I built Silica from the ground up is to support modding in the future, right? The entire AI, there is no single mention of a specific unit, right? It all only mentions types, the unit types. That means shit, I don't know. Oh, fuck it. I don't remember the whole list, but basically there's infantry, that's kind of like the basic stuff. Cavalry, that's light armored car, heavy armored car. tank, I believe. I forget, right? It was just names which kind of fit for the aliens as well, and then siege, and there's different levels of them, right? And so each of those units falls into one of those categories and subcategories. So, and the AI tries to, the thing which is set specific to the AI is the groups it tries to create. So with a siege, a heavy siege, it knows it needs some, cavalry support, and it needs a few infantry as well, right? For example. And so these groups are then made from the units units that are available to the AI commander, right? So it already straight from the get-go assumes that these things can dynamically change, because I wanted to avoid doing, and oh, by the way, even the construction, like the construction itself, like how the AI commander is constructing, it doesn't have a specific list. It is all generated dynamically on the fly. Right, and it's very important because of modding. So if you added to the game another barracks, it would build that other barracks and use it to build some units, right? If you put a super giga ultra commando in a new barracks, it will build that barracks and prefer that barracks, because the commando that unit is just going to give it much more for its money's worth. It already does this evaluation. That's why you kind of had a time when the AI greatly preferred railgun tanks, because they just were OP as hell, So it's fun.
Okay.
Oh shit! There's a lot of questions and stuff. I guess if we just maybe just jump through the rest of it, and then I guess we can just answer the questions, because there's a ton of them.
Okay, improved structure placement.
Yes, so I mean that one's self-explanatory. It's really painful to place structures at the moment. So the structure placement is going to be one of multiple fixes. Firstly, we are going to put a deeper what's it called? The shit under the building.
Foundations.
Foundations, thank you. Yes, deeper foundations, right? So all the structures are going to be given much deeper foundations, so you can even place it on a freaking 45-degree cliff if need be, right? We're mainly talking about barracks, and let's say, even a refinery. I would like it possible to place on, a significantly deeper, or stronger angle. Of course, at 45 degrees, exiting is going to be very difficult for the harvester, right? So that's a different problem. But nevertheless, I definitely want improved structure placement in this regard. So that's more adjusting the assets to make them more usable for players, right? That's one thing. Second thing is improved structure placement in the sense of, giving you an indication of where the fuck you can place your building. Because right now it's really annoying, right? You're kind of like searching for that one spot where it clicks into place. So having some kind of like visible grid or something like this is kind of like what's planned here. But first and foremost, the most important change will be just giving deeper foundations to make it easier to place.
Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. So, in regards to that as well, I know the soul structures in current don't have any foundations. Is that right? They're only literally flat bottomed at the moment, if I remember correctly, by looking at them when I've been cheating them into the game. Like if you put them on a certain incline on a hill, you can actually see directly underneath the structure. They don't have like a foundation of supports coming off them.
Yes, this is the same thing with the Centauri structures, right? It is literally the same. It's more of an error, the way the soul structures have been configured, because they're just not done yet, right? Yeah. But the way they've been configured right now is the points are defined that the bottom of the structure is kind of like where it's meant to be the bottom. That's incorrect. It's meant to be much higher. That stuff which goes down the sides, that's the foundation, right? Okay. And but it's a bit more of a shallow angle compared to the Centauri one slightly, which causes a little bit more problem in placement as well. But yeah, even the way we're going to do it is that there's going to be, the stuff remains as is, but just from there downwards, you're just going to have a straight vertical foundation added, right? So for barracks, they're just going to have this big foot, if you want to call it that, vertical thing. So it allows much deeper placement into the terrain.
Okay. Okay. Right, and then alien unlinked structure decay. So this is to do with the node structure decay, right?
Precisely. So if you build a nest and you build node, and let's say a spawning cyst, right? It doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. Anything but a nest. and you kill one of the nodes along the way, those structures are disconnected at that point, and they will in fact start dying. That's what should be happening, right? This is exactly the same as in natural selection too. So they should start dying off. So they'll, of course, they should inform you and everything, and eventually all those buildings will die. So if you don't reconnect them, they will die. It should also be blocked. So if there is a unit which is literally in the path, like if you go and kill a node and you stand there, then the aliens won't be able to build a node there, right? They'll have to go around, basically. The AI will have to also, take this into account. This is going to be a little bit more complicated for that. But otherwise, yeah, that's the unlinked structure decay, right? So everything needs to be connected to a nest, not the nest, but like not to the queen, but to a nest.
Yeah.
If
So
it's
that's what I
not,
was gonna-
it starts dying.
I was going to ask, like, if you build, say, a new nest on a new expansion, and that will then help that part of that expansion to stay alive if, say, a node in the middle was cut off from the main nest, it would still operate because it's still connected to a nest.
Precisely. I mean, like originally I wanted it so that if something is disconnected, that you no longer have control over it. But it's just insane. I just leave it the way it is. What I might do is that you can no longer order new units from disconnected stuff. But you should still be able to, like, things should continue to produce and all that kind of stuff, right? Units should continue to defend and so on. Like, or not units, sorry, the turrets. Yeah.
So
that's that.
That being said as well, aliens don't have a form of active repair because they have very fast passive repair, right? So there'll be no
Yes.
form of active repair for the aliens. So they won't be able to, say, upkeep their buildings whilst they're disconnected. That will be...
I'm kind of a tentative on that one, right? Because I mean, even the human repair is not 100% balanced at the moment, right? But the human repair is a bit more necessary because they have much fewer structures, right? Aliens have nodes and everything, and their structures die very quick. They have a low amount of health, but they also heal very quickly, right? So, I mean, if you don't keep the pressure on the aliens, they just heal, for free, and it makes sense. They're biotic, right? And that's the way I'd like to kind of like keep it. But if we find, as part of balancing that that's a problem, well, it can be added, of course. It's like it's of all things, luckily that's a very simple one, right? Active healing. Yes, active healing.
Unit repair system.
Right. So originally, I went through multiple options for that one, and guys, please, I will answer all of those questions very as soon as we get to the bottom of this list. So feel free to keep asking. We will get to it. So the unit repair system. Originally, I wanted to have like a repair factory. Then I kind of thought maybe a repair unit makes sense instead, or just have it so within a certain radius the unit will get repaired. Sorry, we're specifically talking about vehicles, right? Like infantry, they don't need. They just heal by themselves. So we're specifically talking about vehicles. Obviously, aliens, they heal by themselves as well. So in the end, what I thought would make the most sense, given the scale of Silica, is instead of having like a repair structure, because that means you'd have to freaking ferry your vehicle all the way back to the base and then all the way back, right? If we're talking about a siege tank, GG, right? You're like, fuck it, it's just easier to build a new one. So instead, what we're going to have is in-field repair, right? That's kind of the current plan. It's not like we're still dealing with this 100%. This is the one I'm leaning most towards, right? Which is in-field repair, which means that if the vehicle is stationary, then it will essentially start to heal, right? Start to repair, right? But that means you can't shoot, you can't do anything. So it has to stay stationary. So if it's under attack, that will of course interrupt it, right? It just felt like the most simple way to solve this without having problems of adding another unit to kind of like deal with this and all this kind of stuff, and that does not exclude the role, like the potential for some engineering role in the future, post 1.0, please. But where you have literally a character, like primarily a playable character, which would go and be able to actually repair vehicles on the fly, just like in for example, like in Natural Selection 2. I'd still would like to do that, but I have to be realistic in what we can achieve by 1.0. And this kind of makes the most sense, in my opinion. And I think it should feel pretty okay. So the question of it doesn't mean that as soon as it's stationary, it starts repairing. There's a delay. you know, let's say, I don't know, 20 seconds or something like that. You know, it's a different question, but basically, of course, you know, it will be a very slow repair. But nevertheless, it just means that if you leave your units there, they will eventually repair, right? And the AI should, of course, take it into account as well, right? So it should kind of like, okay, we're going to keep our units on the spot for a bit before attacking because we need them to repair. Yeah. So that's currently the one I'm leaning towards. You know, well, if we find out that's shit, we'll just replace it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always had the vision of a almost like if you took the research facility from Centauri and say the silo from Sol and just cut the tops off and left it as like almost like a pad. And I always thought that would have been a good idea to like have your vehicles mount this pad, and then they would repair off this pad, and then they could leave the pad and go back into combat.
Yeah, I liked that as well, but the reality is, you know, even now when you have in you know, in Prime Battalion, if you have the repair mod active, right? Most people don't return to base, and definitely no one goes and repairs the other units. You know, and it's another thing which is like it's that annoying micromanagement. So what it would require is a carry-all, which would go grab your unit, take it to the repair pad, let it get fixed, and deploy it back into the battlefield, right? That would be like usable. But the reality is, unless you're playing on a small map, you know, if you're playing on the Great Erg, good luck. You know, good luck getting those heavy tanks back to base. You know, so you have to you build a more remote deployed base. Sure, that is an option. That's true, right? And just to clarify, I don't think it's like even having a repair system such as that would not exclude like a repair structure, right? Doesn't I like right now? This is what I'm leaning towards, of course. But you know, if it still makes sense, a repair structure, we can add it post 1.0. You know, but it's just that this is the most reasonable way of dealing with repair and the distances involved. Because if you're getting light quad, yes, who's going to repair a light quad, right? So we're primarily talking about like the siege tanks, the heavy tanks, you know, and all these heavier units which take a while to return to base. Which, if you're doing it, that's fine, right? If you're the commander, you don't mind that. But for players, that's very frustrating because all their units are suddenly like the heavy ones are returning back to base. It could create a very interesting dynamic, maybe, that I could eat my hat, so to speak. But you know, it just I think this is an easier way of doing things, a more like reasonable given the distances and speeds that we have in the game. You know.
Okay. Here's my favorite one. Unit voice barks. I know the lads at the chat will go, unit barking? What is this?
Yes, so voice barks is that's I guess that would probably I'll probably rename it to responses. Yeah, but basically, you know, you select a unit, it's like yes sir. You know, it's click somewhere and it's like moving out, you know, and all this kind of stuff. You know, the kind of the standard things you'd expect from an RTS. You select your unit, you know, look, here we go. All right, you want to pop up here? Right, come on, show yourself. There you go.
Meowing. Oh, dear him. Like,
Yeah, so voice barks are primarily like the responses from the units. But at the same time, what I also wanted to do was ambient kind of like a radio chatter, right? So what that is, for fuck's sake, Sam. There we go. So ambient radio chatter. If you guys have played Deserts of Karak,
yeah.
Right? Then yeah, Orange Cat, of course, exactly. So what's it called? If you play Deserts of Karak, then as the units are kind of like fighting, moving around, all this kind of stuff, there is a ton of like kind of ambient chatter. You know, the units are like, you know, fuck, there's too much sand, or you know, or I've got them in my sights, or something like this. And there's stuff you kind of hear in the background. Based on the distance, it kind of fades away, and it's not loud. But it makes it much more immersive because it feels like a living world, right? And especially I want this primarily because of FPS, right? For RTS, the kind of like you select the unit, it's like, yo, what's up? You tell it to move somewhere, it's like, roger that, on the way, taking a shit and all this kind of stuff. This is kind of the default stuff you would expect of units, and this is of course a must, right? But I wanted that ambient chatter which really adds the atmosphere, especially when you're playing it from an FPS perspective. You know, when you're running around, you know, you'd kind of hear in the distance your troops like, "Fuck, I'm taking fire!" and all this kind of stuff. You know, this is what you kind of want. And no, Cryon, I will most likely not be voicing the units. We'll find someone for it. Yeah, but like I'll probably remain the narrator for one of the sides. Maybe we'll replace it for someone else, but with someone else. But it's at first I might voice them just to kind of like so that the voices are in and they'll be replaced by a proper voice actor. Yeah, a lot of time I'm just narrating it just because it's easier, right? Before, like, you know, it gives a better idea. Okay, does this sound good? Does this sound bad? Etc. 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 And then you replace it with something more permanent, right? But right now there's like even enemy units detected, etc. Etc. Yeah, this is just stuff which, I mean, you know, my voice there is fine for one team. It's not fine for all three teams. Yeah, so I will be, of course, diving into voice acting, like getting that done. But that's exactly the stuff you get done near the end, right? You don't go and record a few lines here, record a few lines there. No, you bring that actor in and you record all of them in 1 or 2 days. You know, so and then you just replace them. That's why it's easier to have me, my lovely, fantastic voice, and then you replace that shit with something reasonable. Yeah,
Those news then were Aussies.
yeah, I know. Like we could do that. You know, Satori have an Aussie accent. Yeah.
Be like, what's that show called where they're literally they do sound. They sound Aussie. Oh, what's it called? They're on Mars. It's a popular sci-fi series quite recently. Just gone over the top of my head now. The guys will know instantly what I'm talking about. It started off with like a mining colony, like the story was based in the mining colony. Then Earth and Mars started going to war with each other. Bloody blah blah blah. There you go. I've told you part of the storyline. You guys can tell me the name of it. There you go. The Expanse. There you go. Done it already. Yeah, The Expanse. Yeah. So similar to that, I suppose. If you really want Aussie Centauri. Right, FPS squad commanding.
Right, so FPS squad commanding, that one's relatively self-explanatory. It's already in, it just doesn't work multiplayer, that's why it's not activated. But basically it means you come up to some units and tell them, oh yeah, you come with me, and you can actually give them orders. So you tell them, right, guys, attack, or fall back, or stay here, and these kind of things. This is stuff which is already in. But it's been in for like a couple of months, in fact. But we just haven't. I haven't gotten around to finishing the multiplayer synchronization of the groups, which is very important. Which is what's basically all that's remaining. Otherwise, there's already UI and all this kind of stuff already functional. If someone had like the opportunity of seeing the tutorial, in one of the debug builds that we had up, then yeah, there you could kind of see it, right? It's literally part of the tutorial as well to give some of your squad mates commands. And this is primarily like it's not that important for infantry as well, but it's primarily important for aliens. You know, if you're a single crab, you take another 3 crabs with you, and you're like, guys, you go in charge there, and I'll just go around. You know, or you can kind of tell them, guys, you go there, and then you kind of tell 2 of them, or you 2 follow me, stay with me, right? So that way you can kind of and we need to keep it simple, right? I don't want to go the full armor route, which becomes too complicated. Then it wouldn't be playable on the gamepad. You know, we wanted to keep it very simple, you know. So it's 1 button for practically everything, right? So FPS commanding sneak peek when? That's a very good point, Crown. Honestly, like it's just probably gonna pop up in one of the builds very soon. But yeah, I don't want to show it now because, quite frankly, I don't even remember the controls. How long it's been since I've used it. You know, but I need to dive back into it once I'm doing the AI, because I've been just doing the units right now. You know, the Centauri units, because in the end, you know, we are replacing all of the units for the Centauri. Well, you know, splitting them, so to speak.
Okay, there you go. Multiplayer matchmaking, got there in the end.
Yeah, so multiplayer matchmaking is primarily like if you guys recall one of the polls that we put on Discord, and I just want to see the results because I haven't seen them recently. Where is it? Shit. Official polls. All right, so there we go. RTS playstyle, right? A, RTS in single player only, playing lone. B, on RTS private server with a few friends. RTS in public casual-like mode, where players hop on, off as they please. And D, public like RTS in public ranked competitive-like mode. That was the least preferred option. And I thought actually there'd be much more interest in a proper competitive-like mode, but an absolutely vast majority wanted either private server or casual, like public casual. In which case, I was like, well, it's probably not worthwhile doing competitive, is it? So we dropped that idea because originally I did want to do it, right? But basically we just kind of dropped that idea instead. And matchmaking is primarily going to be, so there will be like what's it called? There will be a kind of basic rank, so to speak, not a rank, but a level, right? Mainly just to divide, like newbies from, the highest level skill level people, because that's just dreadful if you get a newbie versus a very high level skill level person. He's not gonna have much fun, right? So that's primarily why we need some form of that, and that's what matchmaking is, right? So it's just mainly about to allow you you'll still have, of course, the server browser, right? I mean, the main menu is also it's not in this list because it's not that important, right? But the main menu will be divided into a very clear single player and very clear multiplayer. It's just too confusing right now. People don't know where the fuck to look. And when you put multiplayer, you're just gonna have a very clear one of either create game or join game. Not the way it's confusing right now. It's just way too confusing for most people coming on board. Where's join? People don't notice in the left-hand side. So that's, matchmaking should also be like quick play. Click, there you go. Off you go. Wait a few seconds, and you'll just match onto some server, and off you go. I wanted competitive. I have to be honest, because I thought it would be pretty interesting. But if it's not, not desired, there's no point doing it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. So will the matchmaking have some sort of like skill-based matchmaking, or will it just be thrown into a pool and then 2 commanders get picked each time, or will there be some sort of like what's the word for it?
Okay, so the idea is lobby, right? It's just I mean, like learn from the best, right? I'm gonna say Counter Strike in this case, just because the easiest option. But basically, let's say I want to play a game, right? Matchmaked, just because it's just easier, right? So I'll start a lobby, and then there's the slot for commander and the rest, right? In that lobby, and I choose my role, right? Other people can join my lobby, friends, whatever the fuck, right? Kind of standard. And then you look for a game. That's the kind of idea, but it's still not 100% decided, right? Because I'm not dealing with the matchmaking specifically. It's going to be Wojciech. So we're kind of, that is being delayed by Gamescom, essentially. That's primarily the thing that slowed down. But otherwise, want to dive back. For Christ's sake, Sam. What? Stop crying here, man. I just hold him here because otherwise you're going to keep crying. Right. Yeah. So matchmaking is primarily going to be, like I said, basically you should be able to choose the kind of like what you're going to be doing. If you go and you join a lobby on your own, if you choose, there's the question. Exactly some of the design issues. All right. If there's not enough servers, which is of course the main concern. Because if there's too many servers, it's fine. But if there's too few servers, for Christ's sake, come on, man. If there's too few servers, then it's exactly that problem of like, all right, I want to play as a commander, but there's no, everyone's commanding everywhere. I'm literally just patting thin air, aren't I?
There is nothing there.
Oh, that's epic. And then he goes and wipes himself against the microphone. Oh, come on, son. It's always that night where he goes and just it becomes very needy. Right, so, yeah, that's matchmaking. I think I've explained it.
Points of interest on all maps.
Right, so that one is relatively self-explanatory. Essentially, like the bunkers, how you can find them right now, those are points of interest. I want to, basically, I just want to extend what kind of points of interest are available. maybe even some things which give you a slight advantage. A bunker is a slight advantage at first, but later on it's just useless. But primarily we're talking about some, let's say, ambient resource gathering. And of course the problematic one is that it has to be divided between the aliens and the humans, where as humans, these things should not be killable, right? The bunkers, I'm going to be doing it so that you cannot destroy them permanently. Right now you can. It just kind of defeats the purpose, because then straight at the beginning of the match, the aliens come in and just nom 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 and GG. But what I want to do is that if you destroy them, they will remain destroyed. But if you come there, instead of claiming them, you repair them. It takes a bit longer, but you get the point, right?
Yeah.
That's the kind of approach I want to take with the points of interest. Something like this, right? Basically, you just deactivate them. By giving too much damage, they get deactivated. And that applies to alien infrastructure as well.
Okay. So would it be any points of interest, for example, any, like, I wouldn't say Easter eggs, but for example, in Naraka City, the main structure in the middle of the map would say have a point of interest, then have a named building or something on the map, or would it just be just strictly like bunkers and things linked to that type of?
No, I want them. I do want map specific stuff.
Okay.
So for example, in Crystal Chasm, there's like 5 or 6 candidates for this kind of infrastructure. For fuck's sake, the name literally just left my mind. City of Naraka. There we go. In the City of Naraka, of course, it used to be a mining facility. So I want to do it so you can reclaim the refinery there, right? And so that will give you ambient income. So there's a very good reason to fight for that city. Right now, you avoid the city because you just get fucked on from all sides, right? That would make it a very good reason to go into the city. Yeah.
Okay, and would that basically, like, you're saying, like, for example, the City of Naraka is a mining settlement or mining city, so you can claim a refinery there. Will that be similar for all maps? Like, are there going to be a structure somewhere on each map that can give you a advantage being the commander? Like, for example, you go into Command and Conquer, you've got, like, Tiberium Towers that use the capture of engineers to get passive income, or a garage to repair units, etc., etc. Will that be on every map? Like, similar type of deal?
Not every map. It really depends, right? So you've got Crystal Chasm, you've got City of Naraka, and there are a couple of other ones where there's ambient infrastructure, which makes sense that it would give you like some resources. But I wanted to make it like some things are going to be more exclusive to some regions, some less exclusive to others. The Badlands are a typical place where it's like, fuck, there is basically very little ambient infrastructure, primarily dedicated to eliminating aliens, right? Bunkers and these kinds of things. Badlands are not a pleasant place, and that's the idea, right? Whereas the City of Naraka, well, that just was abandoned because there was no more Bolterium. But of course, Bolterium is a replenishing resource, long term, right? There's reasons for that. I don't want to get into it too much, but basically it was explained with the Queen, right? Basically, it's metabolite. It's their metabolite. It doesn't come from the individual aliens. It comes from basically the Queens and something else. But long story short, it replenishes, and Crystal Chasm is meant to be an example of that, right? I'm not sure how many people saw Crystal Chasm, but basically Crystal Chasm has this large chasm, and there's a fuck ton of Bolterium there. And the idea is that this was one of the first regions to kind of be explored for Bolterium, and that's why you got some of the mines there, and it was exhausted. That's why it was abandoned, right? It was that's the same thing as with City of Naraka, but of course, because it replenishes, you get Bolterium popping up on the surface again, close to the surface, and you get the crystals, of course, the crystallization of the sand again, because of the Bolterium. So that's why you get resources there again. So you'd revisit these locations to kind of like reclaim the thing. And that's what Crystal Chasm is meant to kind of like represent, right? Where it was a region which was actively mined, and then it was abandoned because just everything ran out, right? So like, well, what the fuck do you do? Well, you just leave it there in case, right? You switch everything off and off you go. So, and of course, it's meant to be that you're revisiting it after 50, 60 years.
Okay. There you go. Ooh, just tail tag me. Strategy match setup variables.
Right, so that is just kind of the basics, right? So when you start a strategy match, you want to primarily set up, the amount of teams available there. I mean, the three-way is still a thing you want to be able to reset up during a match, right? But mainly, starting distances, starting resources, how often, like how dense the resources are available on the location itself. So that means they'll influence how much resources are there, right? So, for example, Rift Basin, if you put it on max resources, each of those fields is just going to give you much more resources. And I wanted two variables there. One is the density of real resources, like in like how much each field gives you resources, and the second one is how clumped up they are, right? So if you have, let's say, 50 possible fields across a map, then let's say you put like a lot of clumping in quotations, then it'll mean that over half of them are disabled. Let's say only 25% are enabled. So and those will give much more resources. That's the kind of idea. So you can really make a much more slower paced match in that regard. So that'll allow kind of for more interesting setups. And of course, there's an important thing for this as well, and that is because it's also needed for the campaign, right?
Yeah.
And I wanted to clarify, and I noticed I haven't put it in this list, and that is that this list doesn't really clarify what game modes there will finally be. So we're dumping Siege, right? It's still going to be possible to play via the console and host, but just it won't be officially supported, right? It's just we want to leave it in because it's fun for like a round or two, but we just don't want to dedicate the time to kind of like dive in and create Siege on all of the maps and all this kind of stuff. It's something we can do post-release, but I just noticed no one plays it. So there's not much point in. I thought it'd make more of an impact, but quite frankly, we just did a bad design for it. I think we should have chosen a different path for that. But fuck it, it is what it is. And Prospector, the original idea as well, we're dumping that. We just want to keep the focus fully on strategy, which is the primary thing people really play Silica for. Arena will also get dumped, right? But again, these things will still be playable via the console, but they're just not a primary game mode.
Yeah. Okay. And then the last one, the structured delete system.
Yeah, so I'm on the fence of deleting or deconstructing structures, but primarily in both cases the effect should ideally be the same. That is a reverse construction effect, right? So for Sol, that's the building gets teleported away. For Centauri, it gets deconstructed with the red shit or the hot metal shit, right? Sorry. So and then the question is if you get resources back or if you don't. That's just basically what it is, right? Just being able to kind of remove structures, And I'll probably rename it to structure removal system because delete sounds like you just press delete and it disappears.
Okay, so that is everything.
And now we got a fuck ton of questions.
The path to release for Silica to 1.0. So that's the whole list there, and there's a million of questions.
Yes, I mean one of the things that I wanted to say was, which I'm not sure if people noticed, but we wanted to do kind of FPS construction, like being able to construct small things like barricades, MG nests, or something like this. We've dumped that for 1.0 primarily to make it achievable, because there's a lot of stuff you need to worry about that with balancing and performance and all this kind of shit. It's like, okay, fuck it, don't want to complicate things for now. Let's keep it simple and let's aim for that which people play Silica mostly for. All right, cool. Shit. All right, what did I miss? Everything. Right, so I'm gonna go from the top. Or do you want to go through the questions, Lycan? It's up to you, man. It's your stream. I don't want to hijack it.
I honestly don't mind. I don't mind if you want to start sieving through the questions, and there might be some repeat ones in there. And yeah, just crack on, I suppose.
All right. So, where am I? Beer's on me tonight, Drown the Man. Thank you, Mike. I would very gladly have a beer, but water, well, drink. But yes, I will have a beer later on, hopefully. Thank you. So the campaign is planned for 1.9, probably propagandizing for its planned. Nice, Golax. Units can bark, of course, Mr. Knecht. Dog faction confirmed, of course, Crown. Yeah, this game is unique. I think going RTS FPS combination is fitting. Yeah. That's what we kind of like learned from the polls. I kind of expected that people were going to want to play it a lot for the FPS, but the polls just went the complete other way. You know, it's not purely RTS, but literally the mix is what people want to play it for. So that is definitely the most important thing to focus on. Map editor would be so cool. Yes, it would, Mr. Connect. It would indeed. Doing a map editor, of course, is very complex, right? So, I mean, being brutally honest, if the game doesn't do well post-release, then a map editor is just not possible to do, because we cannot provide. I mean, the easiest way to do it is to provide that project, the source project files, and you can just have at it in Unity, right? Like Unity editor, because you can just use your custom one. However, the problem with that is we can't do that, legally speaking. We can't make the files available, and doing a separate project for that, no one's going to use the Unity editor. It's just not worthwhile diving into that direction. So rather, it would be best if you could kind of do it. We'd have to, long story short, we'd have to literally do it to make it possible via the editor that we would have in game, and that is a big task. So we'll see what happens post release. One thing I'm not sure if it fell here at all, but we will actually be releasing to consoles next year, as well. That's kind of the plan. It was mentioned on Gamescom, right? Yeah, Gamescom news just been obviously, just waiting for that to pop up. But nevertheless, basically, that's an important one. That's why we also put in, gamepad controls and all this kind of stuff. So that should also provide additional form of revenue eventually. So that should be fun. But yeah, that's why it's really important to keep things focused now, because like this year has just been fucking shit in terms of like development focus. It's been a bit all over the place. So I tried to kind of like handle 50 things, like 50 fucking hot potatoes, and they're all falling on my asshole and everything. Right, continuing on. Modest could also add.
You have a way to word things, Trav. 50 hot potatoes fall out of my asshole. It's like, what?
Well, I mean, if you visually imagine that, it's like it's a burn. It burns. It's not pleasant. Right. So modders could also add funky stuff such as different units like mechs. Yes, exactly. Right. And again, that's a thing. Like doing custom units. It sounds easy, but you have to make sure that you can import models, set up the models, the materials. This is all possible via the Unity API, right? So it is possible. It's not impossible. Then you also need to be able to import sounds. Again, all possible and everything. But you need to make a fucking editor for this to put together all of the wheels and all these kind of systems. Then how to set up our vehicles, right? I've kept everything as simple as possible because I don't want to go and make my life hell trying to set up a single vehicle. I can't afford to do that, right? So I try to keep things very simple. So it could theoretically be expanded nicely into an editor, but it again takes time. It would take at least a month to write an editor for this. And we don't even have a basic editor for it yet. So, that's stuff they'll like hopefully post 1.0. But definitely, custom vehicles and this kind of stuff is definitely much more possible than a map editor, because the map editor is very complex. Because you need to literally write terrain tools, and you would expect that you can use World Creator or something else, an external tool, to create a hype map, which you can import, and then you can also import the splat map over the top and blah, blah, fucking blah, right? It just goes off into infinitum. So it would be epic, but, I have to be realistic about it. Will there be improved AI commands? Yeah, I addressed that before. With the editor, would this allow for maps to be created from scratch, or just add assets, missions, to stuff for pre-existing maps? Yeah, so that's what I mentioned just now. So the editor, like the initial release 1.0 editor, will primarily be for scenarios, creating scenarios. That is, so triggers and all this kind of stuff, so you can make custom scenarios. That's the primary thing which it's going to be aimed for. I would like to extend it so that you can make simple mods of like adjust unit values and make a siege tank shoot nuclear rockets instead of a plasma ball, etc. But that's definitely much more simple to do than unit changes. but you get the point. Sorry, custom units. If you need to know some RTS tips for the AI commander to use, I'm sure the community will. Oh yeah, of course, man. Thank you. Yeah, like different modes, total commander, steamroll. Yes. Mentioned that before. That sounds too good. AI commander is what I look for the most. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to writing it. It's just been this fucking task, which has just been, I want to do it, but I need to do this. Okay, and then it moves, and it just keeps moving at an infinitum. So I'm looking forward to finally diving into the AI full proper. Easy AI may only need to make a few halves and expand, but hardy I should set a goal for 10 halves and maybe three HQs expand. Well, I mean, true, Jacob, but the thing is, like, ultimately, I'm really quickly realizing that, like, keeping the unlimited unit count is very, very dangerous, and I'm not sure if we can keep it or not. You know, because exactly 10 harvesters, you kind of reach performance issues which are going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. But you know, 10 harvests I think is like a reasonable limit. You know, but any more than that, it's just off. You know, it's just too much. With one of each faction at each HQ expansion, yeah. Expansion is going to be a really fun one because exactly, you know, where do you expand to with the HQ? It should be relatively simple to implement at first, but then you want to kind of be a bit more logical. You know, in the way it expands, like the AI, because just searching for, oh, where can I place a HQ is not good enough, obviously. But any date for Soul joined late? Hey Zabed, by the way, joined late. But any date for Soul split AI improvements? All right, so the Soul Centauri split, those are coming first, probably like before the AI improvements, just to be clear. Just because it's just. Initially, I wanted to do it so that I'd only replace the heavy units, like I'd replace, let's say, 1/3 of the units. But in the end, it just made much more sense overall, given the completely different visual appeal of the structures as well. It just made sense to go all in and replace the units entirely, right? So we are replacing a good 20 units, and that takes time. You know, I've been on some days when I had really, really good days, I managed that was like last week. I managed to do one unit in one day, right, which is great. But usually they take like 2-3 days, right? It really depends on, you know, because I have to do LODs and all this kind of stuff. It's the sounds and everything, and you need to make it feel good. That's a really important thing with the units, right? It's not just good enough to, all right, we need a hammer, you know, or we need a screwdriver. No, it's got to be a good feeling screwdriver. It's got to be a good feeling hammer. It's got to make a nice clunk when it impacts, etc. So sometimes that takes a ton of time. But yeah, so that's coming before AI improvements. And when, with like the current target is like in early September, basically, realistically speaking, you know, maybe halfway through. But yeah, that's the current target. Alien I should get a playbook of an expansion set where it expands to 5-6 node chains in direction from the nest and drops a bio every 10-15 nodes. Yeah, I'll be doing something logical based, right? I mean, it shouldn't be building a biocache every 10 to 15 nodes if there's nothing to harvest, if you get what I mean. So it should try and expand to look for resources. And because the AI like acts like an experienced player in that it knows where these resources can possibly be, then it should expand in those directions for seeking resources, right? Whereas for you know, obviously, you know, for a newbie player, you need to find everything, all right? But I don't have the AI cheat at all. It doesn't cheat whatsoever. The only thing it has is just it knows where players can potentially start, and it knows where resources potentially spawn. That is the only like set of information it has, and it uses that for exploration. On Rift, there are some spots Soul Refinery can't go. That's Centauri. Yeah. I'm well aware of that. That's the structure placement improvements. That needs to, I played it a bit ago with my son, and it's just terrible trying to place a refinery. The Soul one specifically. That's not finished. Drown, would it be possible to make some map balance sessions together with experienced commanders before release? I have more or less simple balance system model in mind. That doesn't sound bad, Mr. Connect. We can definitely talk about that. Like the map balance, you know, I wanted to kind of like deal with in leading up to release, right? Where it's just iteration upon iteration upon iteration. Because right now, I don't have time for it. I'm going to be brutally honest. You know, I have to go and finish all the units, do the AI, and keep pushing. You know, so there is a lot to deal with right now. Drivers online today is a good day. Good to see you too, Italian. Unlinked sounds like pain from human partisan players. If you mean like it's going to be pain because humans can disconnect it, it makes sense, right? I mean, the thing is, you can also build another node chain from the back to the other side, so then it'll be double connected, and you kind of got, it's going to be much more difficult to disconnect it, And the humans, of course, will just have to wait and watch if the structures are dying to know if it's disconnected or not. It won't be told to them. I think repair shouldn't work if the building is taking damage. It can be annoying to attack a healing building. 100%. The passive one, yes. The active one is a bit of a different story. Every RTS allows you to repair a building while it is being attacked. There's a very good reason for that, because sometimes that's all you've got left. Your units have been destroyed, and your structures are producing something, and you need them to stay in the fight, and so you're repairing them. The thing is, of course, that needs to be balanced relative to how much damage it can be caused. One of the classical things is, when one single crab goes and hides on top of a structure like the Ultra Heavy Vehicle Factory and is just nomming for hours. It's just super, super annoying. Is that shooting by itself?
I might have broke the game jam. I'm the commander, but I'm...
What am I seeing?
I was in command of this shocker as a unit, and then I selected commander, and now I am still technically this unit, but I'm also commander, and I can also see I can see every single site on the map of biotics, and I can also see Soul, even though technically...
Can you open the console?
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for to see it on stream. All right.
Oh, you're in the way.
I can't read any of it. Yeah, no, there's nothing useful there that I can see. So don't bother. You don't have to move around. What the fuck? Yeah, it'll be interesting seeing the log from the server afterwards. It's a very strange one. I'm seeing this bug for the first time. I don't know what the hell you've managed to do. Like, and why is it always you?
That was so... Oh, what have I done? Have I broken something?
God. Right, I'll continue on the questions so we can catch up to the rest of them. How about the support? How about support of long distance harvesting? Are Volturium freight ships still an idea? Might there be another for instead of help building HQ? No, at the moment I've completely dumped them to ensure that we can deliver 1.0 in a reasonable amount of time. So carryalls not going to be in 1.0. Maybe post 1.0, but definitely not for 1.0. So for 1.0, it's going to remain as is, where the harvester has to travel a distance, unfortunately. Can we see FPS squad commanding soon? Oh yes. Yeah, like I mentioned before, I haven't tried it in some time, but I need to most importantly implement the synchronization of groups. It's not particularly complicated. I've just left that task for later. So I need to focus on the Soul Centauri split right now. Once that's done, then I can start kind of looking into AI and all this kind of stuff, which includes synchronizing the groups, because it's really important for the AI to also recognize when I select a group of units and I send them somewhere, that becomes an AI group. That's what should be happening. Because right now they're all individual, right? If sent by the player, they all act individually. They don't stay as a group. They don't consider themselves a group, right? And they should function like that. And I'm not talking about the kind of control 1, control 2, the control groups. No, those should never act as an entire group unless you specifically send all of them at once, right? Because if I have a control group which is, let's say, half my army, and I only select, let's say, 3 units and send them somewhere, those 3 units need to act like a group, right? What I mean by a group is that they wait for each other and stuff. It shouldn't be that they wait for the rest, obviously. So it needs to be that, and that's why I've just left it for a little bit later. I think aliens should be able to revive from dying. Well, what do you mean? Oh, revive from dying. Yeah, I mean, if you reconnect it, I think that was a bit of a misunderstood there. If you build the nodes and one of them gets killed, then those structures are disconnected and they start dying. But if you create that node that was killed again, then it's reconnected and all's good. They'll heal, right? That's exactly how it should function. It's very simple. Will teleporting be reworked? Maybe so transports will be used more often. Yeah, teleporting I want to look into mainly in the polishing part, but I don't want to make any promises of it just primarily because it used to be broken with what people could do with it, but quite frankly now I barely see anyone ever teleport. Everyone's just flying around with a freaking hover bike. So, and of course the question comes, okay, what about the hoverbike? Well, I mean, I'm quite happy with the way the hoverbike works, except of course, I think the bigger problem is the aliens need to be a bit more lethal in some cases. So I will be revisiting like the aliens and their balance, because right now it's really bad. Like, and holy, fully blurred Lycan. There you go. Your camera needs glasses. But anyway, like what I already improved in like the local builds is infantry fall faster. They have double gravity basically when they jump up until they reach a certain speed, and then they return to 1G, and it feels much more realistic, if that makes sense, despite it completely not being realistic. Because of course, as a game, your character has to be able to jump very high. You can jump over another character, and I don't know of anyone who can jump that high. And we can make a million excuses of why that could be possible, but fuck it. It's just obviously because it's a game, right? For aliens as well, it was very difficult to attack someone as a crab, because once you jumped, you were incredibly exposed because you're just floating, and so aliens too fall at double the speed at first. And it really helps the general feel of the game. Running around, jumping, it just feels much more clean right now. Because before it was just, I mean, if you're looking at Lycan there, right, and I'll join you guys in a sec. But, Lycan, can you just do a bit of jumping there, Like, yeah. You get a lot of air time, right? And it's literally, the gravity is correct. It's just a very high height what you're jumping. But it doesn't look that high, right? Did someone just steal your bike directly in front? What the fuck? Okay. So, make the Shocker a defibrillator. And you should get abilities like Overwatch, and humans get classes like Battlefield. I would really like that, man, but it's just not realistic for 1.0. And again, based on the polls, there's not that many people which prefer FPS, So, I need to kind of like prioritize direct control and RTS elements right now, because I think the FPS is in a reasonable state. It's not perfect. It could definitely be better, but it's definitely reasonable for what the game primarily intended. But I really would like to go back and rework to the equipment. So I'm hoping the game does decently, like on release of 1.0, so that I can go back and improve all that shit. I'm sending units back to repair or placing light fabs at the front for repair. Yes, I get you, Mr. Connect, but it's the general thing. Like, you are a very experienced player, and if you take a more standard player, having to send your units back to repair. I mean, I remember that was the way it was in Dune 2, right? The first RTS, and even there, they had it that a carryall would grab it, like when it was very damaged, the unit, it would grab it and it would drop it onto the fucking repair facility, right? So that's why I don't want to do that, because here you would literally have to travel quite a distance with a heavy unit, which takes ages. And that's why I just prefer field repairs. If it turns out like that it's just not a good idea, like that it just feels so wrong to be just repairing in the field, then of course we can go back and change it, right? Or it can be like field repairs could be a higher tech level or whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter, right? But primarily, like, I wanted to avoid a specific structure or unit because it just complicates everything. It complicates everything and doesn't add to the gameplay very much, quite frankly. And because sending them back, you'd have to worry about, all right, check all units. How healthy are you guys? All right, fuck, you're unhealthy. All right, send it back to base. Right, cool. Then you got to remember to go and grab that unit, send it back. That's of course part of an RTS. I know. But it's just, I think I don't want to detract from the experience, so that the commander, rather than focus on these micro tasks, which are not fun, I'd rather the commander go and do things which are fun. For example, direct control, right? That's kind of like the way I'm looking at it right now. I will gladly change it if we find it doesn't feel good though. All right. It's good for defenders, like you're fighting around your base. The repair is right there, and the air units use repairs regularly. Yeah, of course. But again, that also complicates my like what I have to do with the AI. Right. That's a very important point as well. So the AI sends all the units back to base, and then sends them all like back to the front. I don't know, man. Like around the base, sure, right? Having like a repair structure. But I actually intended originally in this concept, because I wanted to avoid a repair facility or something like this to avoid making things very complex. I wanted to have it so that if you're within a certain distance from your structures, that you automatically get repaired because, like, you know, the kind of like logistics, right, in quotations. But in the end, I decided against that primarily because it just didn't like, you know, how do you visualize that? A repair range, like what the fuck? You know, so it just in the end, I think field repairs makes the most sense for Silica, with the current like the current target, right? You know, a game is like in today's world, a game is more of a living thing, right? Post release, ideally. So you know, once you release it, you find people. That's the greatest complaint that, you know, oh, why is there field repairs? It'd be more interesting to have like a repair truck or something like that. And so you introduce a repair truck, but you got more time for it because people are actually, you know, playing the game, etc. If no one's playing it, why bother? Um, How about? Oh shit. Okay, Dran, please don't make the repair pad a large structure, just large enough for a siege tank, but no stupid structures. No, no. I mean, like I said before, there won't be a repair pad, definitely not for 1.0. But like yeah, I wouldn't make it big. It would have to be like some reasonably small sized thing, which is very flush with the ground, so any vehicle can go on top and just expand over the sides and be fine. How about extra functions for infantry types? Rifleman repair, for example, scout build small fortifications. Yeah, that was what I mentioned before. Secret. I would like to be able to, like, to have players be able to build fortifications, right? You know, even up to an 8 MG nest. So you place one. Let's say it's limited one per player or something. So if you build another one, the other one gets deleted, for example, just for performance reasons and balancing, of course. But the reality is, it's just I don't think there's enough time for it. You know, at the moment. Because you know, development's been very rough, and yeah, I mean, maybe we'd be making this game forever, and I think it is time to kind of like start laser focusing on release, you know. So that stuff is one of the first things I would like to add in, like, if what's it called, like post release, you know. Because I'm missing it. I really would like to, like, you know, run around as an FPS player and build a bit of a wall here, build a barrier there, etc. Right? But then again, that system requires limits because a player would just go and fucking build fortifications everywhere. Right? That's just how it would go. Right? If you don't provide limits, people build infinity. Shit. Then humans should get a mechanic unit and let aliens revive dead bugs. Fair. Yeah, True needs a lot of micro and giving players a vehicle as replacement. Yeah. That's regarding the repair. I don't know repair pad should be the only option. Just that it is. I don't know that repair pad should be the only option. Just that it is a good one. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of a repair pad, right? I mean, especially because it's very similar to Dune 2. You know, I love Dune 2 very much, but I just, given the distances and the speeds involved here, what the fuck? Can you please take the camera coordinates, Lycan? That
Yeah.
one?
There's another one there as well.
Yeah, that'll be the changes when those ramps were made. You know, because you can't see them because they load away in the editor. Yeah, sorry, man. Alrighty. Oh yeah, those are ambient chatter. I mean, I like we was this story with Aussies. I was worried we would have these voices forever. No, don't worry, you won't have the voices forever. Alright, FPS commanding, yes, it's going to change, no doubt. It's going to make the co-op aspect of strategy much better. Yeah, 100%. Can save co-commander. Yeah, co-commanding, I know that's not one of the things mentioned here, but co-commanding, like where there's multiple commanders, you know, for example, just allowing the units, control of a unit or whatever. I still would like to experiment with this, but I just not put it into the plan because there's just too much other shit which is significantly more important based on the polls I've seen, right? That it makes more sense to focus on the other things than that. I've seen the controls for AI squads in the UI for a while. Haven't been able to make it work at all in single player sandbox. Not sure if it's supposed to work yet though. No, we have the controls in there. But we have the FPS commanding module disabled. It does function, but it's just disabled in the build until, like I said, I get the multiplayer synchronization. Because otherwise, everyone will go and dive into multiplayer and want to use it, and it just doesn't work yet in multiplayer. Maybe base matchmaking could be skill based, and then server browse for more hardcore games. Yeah. Like, I mean, there's still the plan of having official servers / officially supported servers, and then whatever else. right? So if you want to have like a very hardcore experience, which is, not, how would I say? Not really the kind of like the vanilla, right? Like it's modded, it's everything. That stuff should be in the server browser, right? But not the kind of like base matchmaking. If you're doing matchmaking, you get thrown into a modded server. That's probably not ideal. You know. Man, I was surprised how many people had voted for private sessions. I would imagine most veterans would love to see competitive games and rankings. That was exactly my thoughts as well, right? I was convinced people wanted to have competitive, but clearly I was wrong, you know. But of course, that's you got the core community, and then you got like a lot of people who play and they don't write anything, about it anywhere. So that's why you got to kind of like balance the things, right? I don't want to just do things only for the general population, and I don't want to do things only for just the core community. You need to kind of balance it, make it reasonable for everyone. And the reality is, like, competitive matchmaking is something that can be added post 1.0. For example, with Natural Selection 2, it was added post 1.0. There wasn't a system for competitive in that matchmaking before. Well, quite frankly, even now it's not that much of a thing either. But it's just mainly auto balance, right? So that's what we're probably most likely gonna go for. Well, like I mentioned before. Shit. Right, where am I? There. I quite enjoy sitting back and collecting Volturium for my commando. Will the resource collection of Alien get some love so we players could contribute in a meaningful way? That's a very good point. Like I really enjoy like harvesting as well. And it is true that on Aliens, just like little nip, and off you go back to deliver your resources. It would be more interesting. I think it's mentioned down there. Yeah, maybe play shrimps could hold double the high bio. Yeah, or even more perhaps. Yes, that's a very good point. Being a player shrimp, there's no reason to be a player shrimp, right? I mean, you die easily, you carry fuck all, you make zero difference, essentially. Right, so that is, of course, part of like the polishing and this kind of stuff. I will be revisiting that. But worst case, if it remains as is for 1.0, it's okay. I wouldn't like it to be the case, but it is okay if it does. Unfortunately, there's just a lot of stuff which still needs to be finalized. I'd prefer to build my own bunkers as an FPS guy, to be honest. Yeah, true. But again, that comes down to the problem of building your own infrastructure means balancing. The placement itself is fine, right? That's actually, ironically, that's the easiest part, right? Because I've got the building placement system, and you could just do it from an FPS perspective, right? But okay, now you got to do a whole selection system, right? Is it a custom weapon? Is it how the fuck do you bring up this menu? It's doable, definitely doable, but like I said, it's just something that we cannot afford to concentrate on right now, quite frankly. Bunkers out in the field often don't have an ideal orientation for the given situation. Active frontline. Yeah, that's just quite frankly badly placed bunkers in a lot of cases. Like the bunkers which are placed in a reasonable direction are the ones on Rift Basin exclusively. Everywhere else they're kind of a bit random, quite frankly, and I'd like that to change. Oh, in fact, it will change. Sorry. Oh shit! Oh, why did it jump to the bottom? Crap. Sorry. All right. FPS players could micro place them to be better oriented. All this would be that was. I mean, micro place them is not a problem, right? It's literally I would use the same thing as I do in strategy, right? Like in the RTS perspective. So that wouldn't be the problem. The main problem would be to just, well, optimization, UI, etc. Right? The back end, so to speak, or the front end. Sorry. That could be quite funky. Maybe a mega shrimp could work better. Collect more biotics, more health, all the bells and jingles. Yeah, I mean that could be a more reasonable option. Have like a literal harvesting unit that is player exclusive for aliens. That's true. But I kind of get the impression that the aliens don't really need a unit to bring in more resources. The aliens barely run out of resources. They spread so fast that they just exhaust the map incredibly quickly. So there's a different problem there. That's the balancing one. I'm late for questions. Hey JJ, by the way. I'm late for the questions, but what about buying a vehicle as an FPS unit, like from a factory, and either adding it to the queue or just getting it via a spawner or something? That was the original plan, by the way. If you notice, every like Centauri structure has this vending machine, well, not machine, but vending structure, right? Like, you know how the barracks have it, where there's a guy there, and that's where you choose your loadout. Well, every structure, like other factory, actually has that structure as well, like that building specifically. And that was why originally intended, so you could come up to it and you would see what the structure is building, what's in the queue, and be able to change it. So even in FPS, if there's an AI commander, you could tell him what to build. You know, you could give him control like that. But yeah, like the reality is that's something I don't think many people would be using. So it's again like a nice to have thing, you know. Like given the other stuff, it just has significantly more priority. It's unfortunately a lower priority one. I would really like it though. I would like to like eventually go back and do that. Like especially you buying it as a player, you know that introduces the personal resources. We've gone basically and said fuck it, we're gonna dump it because the personal resources, you know, you get the problematic one of all right, what are they for? Are they for just buying vehicles, right? In which case, okay, that's a balancing issue then, of course. But if it's for you know, buying your loadout, well, what do you buy? You know, and so therefore it makes, because if you have to pay to be a commando, I mean you're gonna be stuck being a scout or rifleman. You know, none of us want that. You know, so it's yeah, I just thought there's just way too many design problems involved that it just doesn't make sense to deal with it now before 1.0. You know, it's something that, you know, 1.0 could do without. Like, you know, not ideal, but nevertheless. So, fixed spawns options. Yeah, you mean for I think you mean for the strategy setup, right? That's a good point. It could be that would probably be helpful as well. To be able to decide where you spawn, like set up where the sides can spawn. That's true. It kind of goes back to the way, like when you finish a match, you know how that whole thing goes, like you just reselect if you're playing a three-way or whatever, or a different map or whatnot. Like that'll have to probably change, you know, because fixed spawns would not be possible for that, for obvious reasons, because you can't vote for fixed spawns. But yeah, like for single player, definitely. Dram should find a way to add personal resource station into strategy. Maybe only get half back what it costs. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, the personal resource station. Oh right, those are two separate things. I think the second one is regarding the structure selling. I'll address that in a sec. So, Dram should find a way to add personal resource station into strategy. Yeah, I mean it would be easy to do, super easy. There's no problem to do that. The problem comes in like in the form of balancing, you know, what it brings to the table. At the same time, I recognize a lot of the times, you know, you're running around in like when you're usually playing strategy, you can relatively easily find a vehicle to kind of like dive in, like hop on and use. It's usually like in, for example, Opulent Mega's survival mod where I'm always the lucky one and I just get fucking scouts and sort of like light quads. You know, everyone's got the heavy vehicles, and I'm stuck there with a piece of shit. You know, it's there specifically where I was ever trouble getting a heavier vehicle. But otherwise, in general, it's like okay, if we add personal resources, so that players can kind of like help their commander, you know, with buying a unit or buy their own unit. You know, how does that work? How do you get the unit? How do you get the things? Is it by kills? Is it by da 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 da? And of course, this still needs to be addressed, just even because of ranks and all this kind of stuff, right? But it's just yeah, I just didn't like it's just not a good point, not a good time to be dealing with it, quite frankly. You know, we need to push towards 1.0. Where am I? All right, Dram should find a way to. Oh, right, that maybe only get back half of what it costs, right? That's for building, selling, right? And that was what I mentioned before. One thing is whether we should do like that, you sell the buildings or you just destroy them. Destroying is like in terms of balancing a little bit more of a simple one because you just okay, you know, I mean you delete it because you just want to move your base, right? So you don't get resources back, so there's no incentive to sell them unless it's necessary because you misplaced the building. getting half of what it costs, you kind of might get that, or you almost definitely will get that situation where there's a big base rush. And then suddenly, like, if you're part of that base rush, you'll suddenly see the entire base being sold off, right? Because, it's being used somewhere else. That's the problem with that, right? It becomes an extremely anticlimactic battle. Whereas if it's just delete, like where you destroy it, right, then it's more balanced, but less pleasant for the one selling stuff. So I mean, firstly we need to do like so that you can delete buildings in general. Like it could be easy to like delete and it disappears, but I don't want to do that. Obviously, I want to do it so it deconstructs, and then we see whether it makes sense to you get resources for it or not. There's a point missing. The highly OP Easter egg unit that has been requested over. No, not the Crabapult. Not the Crabapult. Fuck's sake, that thing will never leave me. Yeah, the the Crabapult is a is a thing which I wanted to do this April, but just no chance. Maybe for next April, we'll see. But obviously not for 1.0. Just quite gonna be frank. Silica's awesome. Love this game. Are there any marketing plans to get the game to a wider audience for 1.0? Jack Heel 1212. Hey man, thank you for liking the game, by the way. So yeah, so of course, yes. Right now we've kind of like the marketing has been a bit stale, stagnated as like forces or capacities are focused elsewhere. But definitely for 1.0, there just must be a push, a marketing push, and that is of course what I'm going to be very much pushing for, to get a proper 1.0 push. I like to do more of a push now even, but it's complicated. But long story short, for 1.0 definitely, because yeah, I mean when I search for online for Silica game, there's stuff from like 2 years ago. Yeah, that's like the most popular stuff. It's like shit. Why is there no new news? Of course. If you look at Steam charts, well, I mean, you get the point. There's not all that many people playing at the moment. A lot of people just waiting. So 1.0 is going to be very important to push for. I hope this game achieves a lot of success now that early access seems to be wrapping up. Hoping it does well enough that we get lots of post 1.0 content. Yeah, man. Tellin, I would really, 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 really love that as well. Yeah, because I would have no problem supporting this game for the next couple of years if it turns out to be a success. The reality is the games industry is incredibly saturated and it's incredibly difficult to kind of get any luck in the industry. Like being perfectly frank. So we'll see what 1.0 brings. I'm kind of trying to keep my like expectations or hopes modulated, like moderate. Not trying to hope for the best but expect the worst. That's the best way to do it. Or prepare for the worst. Sorry, not expect the worst. Well, actually, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, but expect something in between, right? And that would be perfectly fine. And that would allow Silica to have some additional updates and all this kind of stuff. Because yeah, I mean, if the game was quite popular, then it would be so fun to just fully improve the AI even further. So tanks even like know what sides they should present in combat, so that they kind of avoid getting they get more ricochets. So for example, railgun when it fires, it'll go and it should kind of like poke its cannon down so that it doesn't get it gets ricochets coming in, so it doesn't go under the barrel. And all this kind of stuff, there's an infinite amount of expansion opportunities for the AI. Especially for Silica 2, it might be a stretch, but I do really want it. Yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of ideas of what of what a Silica 2 could be. Obviously this, but better. But it's ultimately, of course, it's dependent on how this does, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would really like to have full custom units and everything, created from scratch, and a full proper story. But that's like the full proper story is something that could be done even for Silica 1.0. Sorry, not 1.0, Silica 1. Whatever, if there is if there is interest, And most important question: when crab report? Oh, for Christ's sake! Your birthday is January the 10th. Roger that. Connect. I will have to disappoint you. The time a crab report makes the most sense is, most likely around April, right? Lo and behold. I feel like an extra option to allow the AI to cheat a little wouldn't be a bad thing per se, as long as it's not the default option. 100%. I mean, the way I would see it is the AI would have kind of like 4 difficulty levels, if that makes sense. Easy, standard, hard, and then impossible, right? Impossible is where it cheats, right? Cheats not in the sense that it just generates resources out of its asshole, but more that it might have slightly faster construction. It might sometimes know where your structures are, and this kind of stuff because you just really want to fucking challenge, right? That would be the impossible level, right? Hence why it's called impossible. But otherwise, hard would be very difficult, ideally, but it just would cheat still. I want to avoid cheating altogether. And for example, with easy, right? There, the AI should just make mistakes very often, right? So even in exploration, it might explore the same area twice, rather than like, oh, here it's empty, alright, I'll never return again. It should just kind of like make mistakes, So ideally, you start off with doing the hard AI, and then you add mistakes to make it easy. Even just a delay between actions is enough, basically. For a lot of things. In other RTS games, I enjoy defeating a cheating AI on the highest difficulty. Yeah, so that was what I basically just mentioned. Dram, when do I get to spawn my Soul Hovercar from the command console? Soul Hovercar? Which do you mean? Do you mean the one from the Art Deco map, like like the Seoul Grand Capital one? Is that the one you mean? Or do you know what he means? Lycan?
Which car did he mention?
Well, it's Italian saying, when do I get to spawn my Soul Hover car?
Yes, it'll be the one from the map.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have to add it there. But I'll add it there once we add that map as well, like the Grand Capital. I'm not sure we'll be able to complete the Grand Capital by 1.0 as well, being brutally honest there. I would really like it, but it's one of the maps I'm probably most looking forward to, being brutally honest, just because it's so incredibly different. But yeah. One of my favorite units is the rail tank for the humans and the scorpion for the aliens. Wish that the scorpion had a more cannon-like weapon instead of the acid mortar. Yeah, it originally actually had that it shot this thorn, a large thorn, right? The problem with it was being used for incredible cheese, right? So the scorpion would get on top of some cliff and then just shoot at the HQ from afar, and it would just be the shittest gameplay ever, right? That's why a lot of the alien weapons were changed to be a bit more biotic in nature, right? I kind of do miss something more fast and hard hitting from the aliens. I have to be brutally honest. Like the closest to that is, of course, obviously excluding the Colossus. The closest to that, of course, is the Behemoth, right, with the ray thing. But yeah, like there's still some ideas I've got because the alien units aren't finished 100%, right? There's still like a unit or two I would like to add. But I need to kind of squeeze those in between before balancing. Or well, it could be after, just to rebalance, but you get the point. Will vehicles get a horn? Beep beep. Yeah, that was what Lycan was asking. Will there be a horn? So I mean, it would be quite funny, I have to admit. But the main thing is which control. I mean, adding a horn is easy, right? And then it's just a point of what kind of horn? Do you like a harvester? It would be obviously quite hilarious. But yeah, what control? Keyboard not a problem, but we have to think about gamepad as well. Yeah, so let's just say that's one of the nice to have things. I had this bug too on the debug branch, I think. I don't know how. Oh yeah, that's the what Lycan did. Yeah, I don't know what Lycan did. It's just always him. He always managed to break the game.
Which is my trait.
That's the AI fire rate. I'm in a server also taking long to respond. I'm not sure what the AI fire rate is. What do you mean by that, by the way?
The
Lycan. Dig on.
the shocker I was in control of was shooting like the AI shoots. So like shoot, shoot, shoot
Mm,
like that.
well,
It looked like the AI was in
no, no,
control,
no.
but I was in control. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but the AI fire rate on that is very fast. It goes like, so it doesn't correspond to the firing rate. But yeah, it was very strange. It seemed like some input was stuck there. I have no fucking clue. I've seen that error for the first time, basically. Lycan, you can't break the game 2 times. Well, don't tempt him, please. Evening Lycan, Dram, chat. Ace Iron Man. I only recently joined chat, but are there any plans to change the armored crab visually? It doesn't really look armored at all. Yeah, I 100% agree. I want to replace it entirely. I'm not happy with that unit. Yeah, like, eventually, yes, it would be better to have something else. I previously, like, experimented with, like, different visual forms of armor, but it didn't look very good. So, like, it's probably better just not to do another crab, but just do a completely different unit, with crab-like, you know. On the topic of unit repair, I think repair drones around factories for at least Sol would be a good fit. Yes, that was another idea I had as well, of having drones which kind of like fly around the buildings, and then just when your vehicles come in, they just kind of fly in and repair. The problem with those is twofold. First of all, performance. Again, it's another unit which needs to be flying around. Let's say we did it simple without any collisions or anything like that, right? Second thing is, of course, it's an additional thing which needs to be calculated. And third of all, and that's the most important thing, is it doesn't really solve the problem of long distances. For example, right now, Lycan, if he needed to, okay, he's not that far away from a base, but you get the point. It depends on where these drones would be. And I don't know. I want to start off with field repair because it's the easiest option to add while focusing on the other stuff, and we'll see how it goes. And if it just doesn't feel right, we can change it. But doing a building for repairing is just, without having something to also ferry the vehicles back there is just, yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I would like to add, of course. But speaking of console version, by the way, how high are the chances for split screen, you reckon? Performance-wise, I feel like it could be a nightmare. Yeah, no chance. 0. Silica is incredibly performance intensive, like on the CPU as well. And for rendering, it's not exactly light on the renderer either. And the Unity renderer itself is not the fastest in the world, depending on what you're doing. But because there's a lot of materials, Silica is expensive to render because it's very high definition, right? So yeah, doing split screen is not realistic in current generation consoles. The OG Scorpion was pretty strong, but really helped the aliens a lot. Is there a way that aliens could get a unit that kind of fit where the OG Scorpion did, but comes later? Yeah, I mean, that would probably be the most realistic way to approach it. But the problem is, like, it's the cheese, which was the primary reason for the change in the Scorpion. That's why the Shocker, which was originally the Impaler, and the Scorpion, which originally shot a Thorn projectile as well. It needed to change because it was terrible gameplay. You had the top of the dick, basically a little dick poking over the top of a mountain, and just fucking, yeah, I'm not going to use the terminology, but you get the point. It was just abusing you, shall we say. It was abusing you, very much abusing you from a distance, and it wasn't good gameplay, and that's ultimately what it comes down to. It needs to be fun. And the problem is when one unit can poke its dick over the top of a mountain and just shoot you and abuse you, as it were, then it's just not good. It's just not good. And that's why I changed it. It just wasn't good for gameplay. And even if it came later, it's the same thing. It needs to be something which can be attacked, right? So it makes sense if it was something that was shooting it from its mouth. So it had to, with its entire body, would have to get into position, right? And therefore could be hit. Right? That would make more sense because now you can actually do something against it. But the Scorpion had a little dicklet, or the Impaler had its little dicklet above the top of the mountain, barely, right? Just literally just barely across the fucking top, and just was like slowly taking down your HQ. And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, So So that's why the units changed the way they did. But quite frankly, I'm much more happy with the way the alien units feel. I'm just not happy with the way they're balanced, right? Because the aliens don't. I find the Shocker very much like very interesting, and very fun to use. But it's just that getting close to the target is incredibly painful, and that's the primary problem, closing that distance. And I think with FPS commanding, that's why I've avoided like doing any like planning any changes for the AI units, like for the alien units, sorry. Because once you have FPS commanding and you have a group of units going with you, it's going to completely turn the tables, right? In my opinion. It might not, in which case I'll have to go and revisit it, right? But you get the point, But definitely the Shocker will stay as is, the Scorpion will stay as is. What might change is their range, right? The Scorpion already has had its range increased by almost double, in one of previous updates. Yeah. And it's in a good place now, I think, the Scorpion. And I also added, by the way, in the latest internal builds, the Scorpion also has automatic aim compensation. So now just like the siege tank, if you aim at something, it's going to automatically aim up so that it hits the target where you want. So you only aim where you want to hit. All right. Where was I? Shit. All right. Is the match actually up? I don't. Oh right, yeah. That was the thing. Crabapple when? Golanx, of course. Yeah, like I said, Golanx. Like maybe next April. I don't want to promise it, man, because I need to focus on release right now, and a Crabapple. I've promised it. I do want to do it. Question is when. Post 1.0 is most likely the answer to that. Is there a time frame for 1.0? Yes, there is. So right now we are aiming for basically late November, right? That's the current aim for 1.0. I will move it if it needs to be moved. I don't want to move it because if you keep moving deadlines, it stops being a deadline. It's just like yeah, it's fine, right? But it is. I'm going to be brutally honest. The development is expensive, and the return on that is. It's expensive, yeah. So it is in that kind of a time where you need to focus the project and really need to focus because like this from the start of this year it wasn't very like the focus was dreadful. And that's all me by the way, of course, right? But yeah, like definitely it was tough. I mean, I wrote it on the Discord, like if anyone read that, some people are complaining about the state of things and whatnot, and it's fair, right? I mean, ultimately, it is a game that's being sold, so it's not for free. So of course it's perfectly fair. But yeah, it was tough. It was tough, and the collision avoidance really kicked my ass a couple of times, and I was brutally demotivated. Just because you smile doesn't mean it's always a genuine smile. Sometimes it's just a coping mechanism. But nevertheless, yeah, like it's just need to focus on 1.0. I don't want we went and I had this whole map laid out, right? And in fact, I can share it with Lycan. Lycan can show you guys if you guys are like if Lycan wants to and you guys are interested, I can. It was the things that were written down and dumped. Basically, it's always depressing seeing it. We started off with a development map of this. Where is Mr. Lycan? Here he is. Of this, and I will write that quickly into Naraka City.
Hope I don't get squished. Being the little shocker that I am.
Let's put that there so I don't forget. And so that was that version, and then there was the reduced version. Yeah, of course this was more of a working thing, right? A working thing because he's writing up a fucking whiteboard. But yeah, yeah, you can see primarily if you look at the large one and then you compare it to the small one, it's so sad. Commander abilities and sub-commander multiplayer, super weapons. I want my super weapons. But it's exactly stuff which you're like, alright, does it need to be in 1.0? Can it not come in like an update? You're like, fuck it, yeah, fair. It can come in an update. You know, so where was I? Shit. Yes, the Art Deco map. But what else could I mean? Yeah. That was what you meant for telling. Yeah. Wait. You don't mean the kind of like the hover car in what's it called? Fair. Well, I don't know what you mean then, Talent. Good to see you again, Dram. You too, man. You too, El Loco. What are the chances of these two unit types being anything you might have remotely planned? A jet trooper, a gigantic alien like the Colossus but tanky and walking. Like a Hyper Goliath, a Titan, right? So ironically, Uni Panda. The Titan is literally a planned unit. It was meant to be a super unit for aliens. It's been not cut, but delayed till post 1.0. But a jet trooper, I wanted to like do a specific jet trooper with a shotgun. The reason is because there is nothing worse in what's it called, in Natural Selection 2, which I played a ton of. It was always super frustrating once you got into the jet troopers, right? Like where they'd have like the things, because as aliens you're fucking jumping around like a cock trying to catch the guy that's flying around like a dickwad, and he's just flying around and fucking shooting you with even a shotgun. But it's close quarters, and it's incredibly frustrating gameplay as an alien, right? And it's a fantastic game, by the way, right? Except that one point always just shits me. So a jet trooper here, imagine you're running at him with a crab, and he's like whoop, flies up in the air and keeps shooting you. You're like, oh fuck off, well, I mean, you got a wasp, fair enough, so that's a different story. But the thing is, ultimately I also came to the conclusion that you don't need a jet trooper. Like usually you don't spend all that much time on foot. You look for a vehicle as quickly as possible and off you go. That's the sad reality of how like the FPS matches go. I prefer to have more infantry gameplay. And that will be the case. Like one of the most important things is for those match variables, which I mentioned earlier. So that, for example, you'd play a strategy match, tech level 2 only, maximum. In which case it means infantry are going to be primarily what you're going to be using. But yeah, Jet Trooper is just it's and the AI for that would just be hell. That's another thing. One thing that's not in list and should definitely be there, in my opinion, is support powers. So there are more options for RTS players to help FPS players in the field. Yeah, that's what I mentioned before. Like, I love the support powers, but 1.0 can do without. It can be like it should be added post 1.0, 100%, but it's not something that needs to be in for 1.0. A jet trooper would be cool, maybe even some weak jets for scouts, so they could be fast. It comes to the same problem. It's really difficult to kill as an alien player, and if you give more advantage to the humans, it just makes it even harder to play as an alien player. This is the one critical thing which is very different to other games of a similar genre. Not genre in the sense of RTS, FPS, but primarily like with aliens and humans, is the aliens are usually not playable. So you want to give the players all these advantages. But you can't do it here because otherwise it's just not going to be fun to play as aliens, And right now, I mean, quite frankly, I don't enjoy attacking as a crab because I just get fucked on really quick, right? The AI just goes like whoop, pop, pop, and you like one shot, piss off, Dram, and basically you just get killed immediately, and that's what needs to change, Mainly that the AI needs to be a bit more human-like. Right? I mean, players should have a faster reaction time than the human the human units, and that's right now. It's literally better to hop out of the railgun tank you are controlling when you see a unit than control it yourself, right? Because the AI is just more precise, and that's the crux of the problem, So I need to make the AI even worse in aiming. But it's not just the like to make it worse at aiming. It's more to make it a bit more logical in the way it aims. Which is, I mean, if you got a dude, fully casual, just sitting around, all good, fucking drinking beer, and then suddenly like you pop up behind him, like you rock up behind him with as a crab, and you're like, yo, what's up, man? And he's like, pop, and continues drinking his beer. You're like, what the fuck? You know, I mean, you'd expect there for him to be like, well, what the hell? And then pull up his rifle and then try to like engage, right? While trying to move away from you. That doesn't happen, right? Usually when you go and ambush the units, before you've landed, you are dead, you know? I mean like jumping from top of a cliff. So that needs to change, you know? Interaction and teamwork between the RTSF and, oh shit. Oh right, support options. Yeah, weak jets for scouts. I addressed that. Interaction and teamwork between the RTS and FPS player are the unique selling point of this game. That's very true. It's the interaction between these two are stronger in for example, Natural Selection 2, purely because Natural Selection 2 is indoors, right? And there are no AI units there. I mean, eventually they added them, right, post-release, long time after release. But it's just purely players. But there are no vehicles, right? There's only like a mech, which is the size of slightly taller than a person. But you know, it's all indoors. It makes sense. Great game, by the way. You know, but so it's not a unique selling point, but it is an important point. That's very true. And I would really like more support powers. I really would, right? But ultimately, like the greatest support a commander can give is more units. You know, that's like the greatest support power. Like, you know, healing is just, you know, the time to die here is very quick. So like magically healing a vehicle would just be nonsense. You know, so it's primarily about logistics. You know, that's what the commander really needs here. But better communication between commander and FPS player are important. And of course, voice chat is, of course, you know, everyone say, well, you know, there's voice chat, but that's not enough, obviously, because with voice chat, you know, a lot of people are microphone shy. You know, when I jump into random games online, people are microphone shy. They type, and usually they don't type, right? So there needs to be a way of, like, you know, with the pinging system. What I intended was, if you press it, it's kind of context sensitive, so it's on nothing. It's just, you know, something's there. If you click on an enemy, you know, it tells you there's an enemy. But when you hold it, it could have some more specific options. You know, that was kind of like one of the ideas to do with that. But the reality is, I don't think we'll get time to do that expanded for 1.0. You know, we'll see. I mean, if the game magically took off before 1.0, not going to happen. Then, of course, I'd prefer to delay 1.0 to ensure much more thing and like shove more in. But that's just not reality, right? So it's getting to the point where we have to start being realistic about what we can and cannot. Well, it's not. It's at that point, right, where we have to be realistic what needs to be achieved for 1.0. And so that's when you start. You got the wonderful cake, and you've got all the wonderful ingredients you want to put on top, but you just like, fuck, I need to choose some of them. I need to like leave out some of them. That's just the brutal reality of game development, you know. But yeah, we'll see. Most, if not all, games are only half realized things, if not less, because most things get changed, and then the rest is usually cut. That is every ambitious project. You are 100% correct, and even worse, a lot of the projects don't even make it out of the door, right? It depends on the company, of course, you know, but I've had 2 canned projects that I worked on, like, you know, where one of them was something I really kind of wanted to do, but you know, I can't talk about it because it's covered by NDA. But it was something I wanted to do, and it got canned because there just wasn't like, eventually, like, it was good prototype, good thing. We had a fun thing going, but there just wasn't the capacity for it. So it got cut and you know, canned, and off you go. And then another one was released, and that one was kind of like a VR title. That was it was quite interesting thing, but again, got cut. You know, in fact, 3, in fact, you know. But anyway, fuck it, that's not important. But yeah, a lot of things do get cut. That's ultimately what you do, because the thing is, game development is very difficult to estimate, right? So, you know, how long does it take to make a model? Well, which fucking model? You know, but that's stuff that you can ironically estimate relatively well, because the reality of the situation, of that kind of situation, is, you know, if you give a model 1 month or you give a model 4 months, in both cases they will be complete. The one done in 4 months is going to have significantly more details and polish than the one done in 1 month. But the one done in 1 month is you kind of the minimum acceptable standard, right? So there you can kind of more select what or how much time you're going to give it. When you're talking about things which are technical, or things which are very much about feeling and iterating, and that is, for example, if we talk about technical, fuck me, collision avoidance, Jesus fucking Christ, I spoke to guys at Arma, like how they'd handled collision avoidance. First question was, all right, well, you can utilize the roads. I was like, well, I don't have roads. It's like, okay, all right, fine. Well, you can kind of have them go in a convoy. Well, I can't really do that because, there's slight problems. But, and then I said, well, I've got massive differences between the vehicles. I've got the light quad, which is very small, and then I've got the harvester, which the light quad can drive under. And they're like, you're pretty fucked. So that response was not exactly what I was hoping to hear, but they're good friends of mine, so but it was whoever I spoke to, like, within thing, it was just like, yeah, collision avoidance is very difficult, especially with these different scales, and on dynamic terrain, like on the terrain in Silica, because you got nothing to kind of like grab, but yeah. Right, so where was I? And what you have been doing here was very ambitious, and I hope it only goes up from here. Thanks, you, Panda. Yeah, like it has been a very ambitious project. Like the original intent of what I had hoped to achieve has already been achieved, right? Some things were not so much, but the AI I wanted to have in a much better state. But it's exactly the thing, like you spend time doing AI, but then the dedicated servers are things that need to be handled. And oh fuck, Steam says, you know what, we're just going to deprecate our old networking system. Off you go, Dram. You can suck our dick. You can fucking replace it. And I don't want to be nasty to Valve or anything like that. Just to clarify. But it makes sense. I understand why they deprecate it. But it's just so frustrating when you're trying to finish a million tasks and off you go. Dram, here you go. Your plate's too full. Here you go. You fucking slap another burger on the top of that. So it can be very frustrating, as you can probably hear. Just being brutally honest, guys. Dram, if Silica does well and you get the chance to fully develop it post 1.0, or a Silica 2, or a spiritual successor, what would you change or improve? Right, so the reality of the situation is, right, if I was to do a Silica 2, then it really depends on how well Silica 1 did, obviously. Let's say Silica did really, really, really well, right? There's the three scenarios. One is the ideal, one you kind of hope for. You can pray to all the gods and fucking planets here, whatever comes to your mind, and you pray for, which is great success. Because, I mean, there's multiple things to that, right? One is you want people to enjoy your game, right? And kind of having that everyone enjoys a game, it's like fuck the fame. It's like I'm not a person that needs fame, but I'm a person that enjoys when people enjoy my creation. I don't make it for myself. I do as well, but I mean, just seeing someone else go, like, getting that first feeling of when that harvester rolls off and like, oh, that's epic. That's the shit I enjoy doing. That's what gives me joy, in this industry. Because otherwise, it's a fucking tough industry, right? You're constantly stressed. But not from, like, the artificial stresses. I mean, you're making a fucking game, for Christ's sake, right? I mean, I'm not going to go in here tell you that game development is important. Fuck no. Game development, is one of the first things. Like, entertainment is one of the first things you can lose. Like, you can drop, you can cut if society goes down the plug, right? Because you don't need entertainment because suddenly you're more concerned with survival, right? But so game development, that's one thing I've always kind of suffered with, but I've always been concerned about, like, is this helping the world? And there, of course, are cases where, you'll hear people, like, which have genuine psychological problems and be like, games really help me pull through. You're like, okay, cool, that's fantastic, and that's how we can help, right? Great, I'm happy about that. Or it gives you, like, the way I see it is, a game should give you either an experience you cannot experience, or an experience you do not want to experience. right? Cannot experience is, for example, I would love to be an astronaut. I would love to go to Mars. If someone gave me a ticket to Mars, like, Dram, do you want to go to Mars? I'd be like, fuck, on my way, right? But if something I would not like to be in, is a real war, right? I mean, rockets flying in your direction. I mean, depends on what side, right? In quotations. But if you take, for example, Afghanistan, the US and let's say the local, Taliban, irrelevant of any political stuff, right, or whatever. But if you are against an opponent which has, significantly higher technology than you, that's shit. That's not exactly going to be a good feeling, right? And conversely, the other way around, if you're just mowing down thousands of people, that does not leave you sane, So it's like that's why, like, warfare is something you don't want to actually experience. Some people think they do, but it's just not something you really do want to experience, At least it really depends, right? What kind of thing, right? Everyone's different, of course. I don't want to talk for everyone, but just saying that for the vast majority of people, because I was actually very close to joining the army when I was ending high school, like being open about it, right? But I didn't in the end, and chose game development instead. But yeah, like shit, I kind of went down a bit of a thing there, right? But long story short, yeah, like the thing is, that's why you kind of like do this, to give people the experiences, that they cannot or do not want to experience, This, I'm sure none of us would really want to be squaring up against a fucking scorpion shooting acidic balls out of its appendage,
His dick.
His dick, yeah, his dicklet, yeah. But yeah. But yeah, if there is success with Silica, and that's of course what I hope for, and that's, I'll just go back to what I was saying. You have three kind of scenarios. One which is like the best one, everyone fucking enjoys it. It goes viral in quotations. That's the kind of one you want to go for, right? That's one you want, but you cannot build a business around that, right? That would be the ideal situation, and that's where you're like, oh shit, all right, we really need to support this game. We need to improve everything, rewrite things from scratch if they need to be, because you can afford to now. And so on. That would be the best kind of scenario for the game. That's not going to happen, realistically speaking. Then there's the mid-level, or I'll go the other way. Then there's the worst case, right? You release it and you sell another 10 copies, right? That's like the worst case. And you're like, okay, cool. So no one gives a fuck. That's fair enough. So you kind of finish what you've promised. That's an important thing. I'm very much about trying to fulfill my promises. Of course, unless someone else axes it. In which case, then I cannot, right? But as long as I can, I would, of course, try and fulfill my promises. And so that's an important thing. You fulfill the promises, and then you move away from the project for your own sanity. I mean that as a developer, right? Because the reality is, when you're doing something, I've been doing this since 2018, right? It's been a while, It's been 7 years I've been working on this. 2 years in like part-time. In the evenings, just like now, I would be working on it. And then since 2020, full-time. So it has been a while since I've been working on this project. And it's half a decade, It's not exactly a small amount of time. And yeah, the reality is, it takes a toll. And you also become very attached to the project. And it's difficult to let go. That's why there's this saying in games industry, which is, a game is never complete. It is only released. And that basically means, developers will never be happy with the state of the game, And it's true. You can always see, like, the best developers, being brutally honest here, are never happy with their work. Despite it being fucking epic, they are never happy with their work, because there's always things you can improve. That's just the way things have always been. That's the problem with, of course, creative industries in general. You're usually not happy with your work, or not fully happy with it. There are some things you're like, oh yeah, that was good, and there are things like, oh, it could be better. Building placement, movement of the aliens. Where's all the fucking nice movement like in Helldivers 2? And that's the thing. You just have to accept that you're not going to reach the best because you just don't have the resources available. You don't have the resources available that Sony can put into Helldivers 2, for example. So you need to be realistic. But anyway, I've gone on that point for too long. Oh yes, and then there's a third tier, which is that it sells a reasonable amount of copies, and that's where you kind of release a couple of updates, and slowly start to wind down development over the course of, let's say, a year, or two, whatever, how depending on the level of success, So, but ultimately, and this is the most important thing, and it's the thing which a customer never wants to hear, but it's ultimately the reality of thing. I'm a customer myself for many other games, right? But here's the thing: it needs to make money to pay for the development. If it doesn't, you cannot continue. Because you're literally talking about people's livelihood, right? Because otherwise, when you get all these layoffs happening in the industry, it's like, oh yeah, layoffs there, layoffs there. Sometimes they make sense. People taken on board for a certain amount of time or whatever, right? That's the stuff you don't always hear, right? So it's fixed term contracts, and then it's considered a layoff, for example. But there are literal layoffs, of course, and there are thousands of them in the industry right now, mostly in the AAA sphere. Because exactly, indie games start to compete with the AAAs, because that's where you kind of look for the most unique gameplay today, is what I'm told. I'm saying that because I'm a developer, right? But I myself kind of prefer indie games to AAA like right now, to be perfectly honest. But that's just my personal preference.
Same with me.
But
Indie
yeah.
games have like, what's the word for it? Not so much reinvent the wheel, but more freedom, I suppose, when it comes to doing things off the books. So new things. When you look at like AAA titles, they're very much like they have their lane of development, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Ultimately though, this game would never be made as a AAA game. That's just the reality of it, right? Because it's like you look at it, you go by they go by the numbers. Look at the numbers, And I'll give you a hint, you can look at any game on Steam, roughly speaking, multiply the amount of reviews that it has by, roughly speaking, 28 to 30 or something like that, right? Depending on the success of the game. For, let's say, a mostly positive game, you go roughly with the number 30. So you take the number of reviews, you multiply that by about 30, and that will give you how many copies it has sold. On Steam, of course, on Steam. That doesn't tell you exactly how much money it's made, because a lot of those sales come from when the game was on sale, etc. But that's usually how it goes, because it's just human statistics. Basically, every 30th person will leave a review, either positive or negative. It's irrelevant, right? But you get the point. It just works out like that statistics, and it's funny how it works though. It works works really well, that number, by the way. But yeah, and when you look at it, you're like, okay, so this game has sold, let's say, 100,000 copies or whatever, and then you realize, like, okay, cool. How many developers developed it? All right, let's say 100. Each of their wages was, it varies, right? So the highest being, of course, programmers, the lowest usually being, of course, testers, because, based on how easy or like it is to and the requirements needed to do that kind of a task. So you find some average. You can look these numbers up online. I can't say anything about it, of course, but you look the numbers up online and you calculate how much that game would have cost to make, and you suddenly realize that 100,000 copies sounds like a lot, but games are incredibly cheap. And I'm not here to cry and fucking whatever. That's just the reality. Things, when a market gets saturated, it devalues the market. That is just everything. Just how, in general, capitalism works, right? And that's fine. That's just what you have to take into account, because we don't know any other better system, quite frankly, right? So when you take that into account, your games are going to go down in price, of course, and you get to the point where you're like, all right, the games are too cheap. We cannot develop it for this kind of level, like for this kind of a quality anymore. So either you reduce the quality, you start finding places where you can take away, how much effort you put in. And in Silica, for example, there it's a lot about the capacity, right? I don't have a massive team, So all the vehicles, they have suspension and everything, but if you look closely, and don't do it, it kind of ruins the feeling for you. But if you look closely, on some of the vehicles there are springs, but they don't animate, right? Because animating that is additional time that would need to be put in by me or someone else, additional cost. And it's just that's things like, how much are you going to see that? Well, fucking never, right? Basically, unless you do some specific camera shots. And so that's why they don't go, they don't move. The wheels just move on the discs, so to speak. You know, it doesn't make sense, but it just looks fine because you don't notice it, right? You most care about that the wheels move in the way that you expect them to. Yeah. But yeah, I was getting way too much into that point. Shit. Right. There's more questions popping up, so I've got to move on here. Dram, what is your vision for air combat with the introduction of Centauri air units? What is the Centauri airfield? How will the three factions relate to each other? Right. So aliens, they'll obviously remain relatively the same. The Sol air units will remain the same, of course. And the Centauri ones are going to be similar to the like Sol ones. I would like to do jets which, you know, cannot stop moving, but I just cannot afford the time at the moment. Just being brutally honest there, because it means AI needs to be able to handle it. That's first and foremost the most important thing, right? You know, in terms of control, it would be easy. You know, like I mean, doing that. For example, what's it called? The fighter. You know, if you let it be, it'll just keep flying. Would be like a 2-minute task, literally, right? But then you got all the problems that come with that. You know. Okay, so you need to start circling around. That's fine. That's easy. All right, landing. What about landing? Okay, cool. I guess you could do it. So when you're kind of close to the ground and you hold left control, you know, you want to go down, right? Then it's like it goes into VTOL mode, where it's and lands. Easy. All right, cool. That problem's solved. But the AI is not an easy thing to solve. And doing, you know, like strafing runs and all this, you know, it has to go and calculate. Okay, make sure it's got enough space for everything. Jesus Christ, it is just not worth it. So like. Not worth it now. You know, for a Silica 2, 100%, that would be something that I'd like to invest into, if a Silica 2 were to occur, were to be a thing. But for Silica 1, it's just not going to happen. You know, so I have to be realistic and careful with the way I approach developing the units, and that is the way I'm going to be doing it. It's going to be basically the same, but different, right? I don't want to have mirrored units, right? As I've tried to avoid mirroring units exactly because it's just you know. And I'll get back to that one in a sec as well, because there's a point I wanted to get with the Centauri tanks. But you know, so with the air units, I want to kind of have it a bit different for the Centauri, but they will be flown in the same way, right? They'll just act a little bit differently, but they'll be flown in the same way. There are some things which kind of do overlap, because you know you don't want each faction to be completely different. You know, you do want some overlap in the way they feel. Visually, no, but you get a point. How will the Titan unit look? Is there already an idea for it? Yes, there is. It's a big fucking epic one. I really would love to put it in. But not happening before 1.0, being brutally honest. Unless, you know, I get this stroke of genius, because and like manage to implement it in a night. Like, I've got the asset for it, like the model. Of course not the sounds and stuff, that's a different story. And I know exactly what I want to do with it. But yeah, I just need to put in the time to do it, because it can't use the same movement controller as the other aliens, because it's gigantic. Its legs need to react to the terrain, so they need IK. That's fine. It's not that difficult, but it also needs to, you know, it needs to navigate across the terrain, and it's just it needs to be avoided for now. Basically, I don't want to like, you know, overfill my bowl and then fill the whole world with more soup that needs to be finished. But otherwise, it looks. It's basically got long tentacles, which kind of look really epic. So, but that's something to look forward to post-release. Good afternoon, Dram. Will there be a few more expensive units for the aliens? More specifically, will the Grand Spawning Cyst get more units at some point? Yes, it needs to. Yeah, I do agree they are missing, and they'll either come before 1.0 or after. But yeah, I want to do more another like kind of like a heavy artillery type of alien unit. So we launch a big fucking blob, right? Basically, I'd like to do that kind of a unit. And some other ones, you know. I still want to replace the Hunter. The most recent Scorp change I meant, it had a lot of armor and health and helped the aliens a lot. The most recent change to Scorp reduced Scorp health and armor some, and it's in a much better spot now, although I'd love to see another fast tanker unit for aliens other than the Goliath. Yeah, so for the Goliath, what I want to do, Jacob, is I want to, of course, double the roll, like the length of the roll. Doing it more, like ideally you'd kind of hold and it would roll, keep rolling until that like its thing is exhausted. I keep putting here because I need to really shave, yeah, because my freaking mustache is going into my nose. It's just so I'm always pulling the hairs out, like from here out of my nose. It's fucking annoying. Sorry, but what I also wanted to do was I want to increase the speed of the Scorpion. It's relatively slow, and I want it to actually be a more faster unit. You know, so overall, that's one thing I want to do with the aliens, where it won't just be like, oh, nom nom nom, what's up? No, it's like pop 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 pop, off it goes, and it's like, oh shit, this thing's coming in. You know, and that's what I want to do with that. The greatest spawning cyst is lonely with only Goliath in there. Yep, I agree, 100%. Also, I'm curious to ask if AI like ChatGPT, for example, can be helpful with coding. Not at all. Not at all. Not in the slightest. I experimented with it, like, more specifically, Dion wrote to me, and he's like, "Hey, Dram," because it was a time when I was looking for coders, and he wrote to me like, "Hey, you know, I put your like, I had a look at your test because I had a test, right?" And he's like, "What do you think of this result?" And I read it, and I immediately knew it was ChatGPT. And it did the dumbest fucking things in some points. You know, it's basically just taking code from the internet. It's like, ta-da, and you're like, cool, but that doesn't mean if it's wrongly written that it's going to evaluate it as wrong. You know, so there were some things like, you know, it's when you're talking about like general code, which you just need to do a function, yeah, it can handle some things. But when you need code which is performant, immediately you could just drop the idea of using ChatGPT. Yeah. Or any like large language model for that regard, in that regard, because the reality, like, unless it's made specifically for programming, which I don't know of any currently, but with ChatGPT, yeah, it's not going to help you with coding. Like for performance oriented coding, that is what is one of the most difficult things in Silica, is, you know, making all of this fucking run. You know, those buildings aren't small. The distances involved aren't small. The amount of assets involved aren't small. The amount of things going on at once aren't small. You know, it's all this stuff where, you know, you need to shave off every freaking millisecond you can. You know, and just to give you an idea, you know, there's obviously, I mean, it's obvious, but there's 1,000 milliseconds in a second, right? And if you think that you need to get 60 FPS, and people aren't happy with 60 FPS, by the way, not always. So let's say 75 FPS, right? You take 1,000 milliseconds into 75 FPS, that gives you 13.3 milliseconds to work with. Yes, that's very little, yeah? The render itself will already take by like 5 or 6 or 7, you know? So you're already down to like half, and that's what you can do with your code. You know, it's, yeah, you know, it can be tough. And so performance-oriented coding, like, you know, it's just not, ChatGPT will not help you. And do you see being good for game design in the future? I used ChatGPT on about 3 occasions. When I was looking for ideas, I use it as more of a thesaurus. I specifically avoid using ChatGPT or AI like in general. The only time I used AI, like actually used AI, was for the original intro to the game, when that was done with Midjourney version 1, right? Where, you know, it just started being a thing, and I didn't know how it was trained, you know. And that was exactly the thing where you know, you're like, oh, this is fucking awesome. It can generate images, and I can use them to make this like these interesting videos and put my ideas across. That was the way you kind of started, right? And so I did the intro video to that. I've still got that stored somewhere, but you know, I put that in, and, you know, I was like, cool, awesome, you know. And then you find out that it was just scraped from the internet because there were no licenses or anything like that regarding AI, you know. Which allowed them to do that because it was just available online, you know. And then, of course, there was also the dodgy part of it, where they're actually using things which even had copyright on them. You know, that's a different story. So that's why I completely removed it from the game, obviously. And I'd like to kind of like put it back in with replaced visuals eventually. Because at minimum, the story intro is very interesting, I think, and is useful to kind of like, what the fuck is Silica about? What's going on? You know, why am I here looking for crystals? Because you're not looking for crystals, you're looking for the shit underneath them. You know, but you know, so AI, I think, you know, anyone thinking like AI will just go away is, of course, I think that's just not going to happen. But at the same time, thinking that like ChatGPT will evolve, or like, for example, ChatGPT will evolve into like a general intelligence, also just means that the person doesn't understand exactly what an LLM is. It cannot, right? It has no actual logical reasoning. And I don't want to get into all the details and all this shit, right? But long story short, it's, in quotations, a glorified autocorrect, right? Predictive behavior. It's like, okay, it thinks what you're going to do, and there's of course limitations with that, right? But I'm getting too much into details here. But I think for game design, yes, I think it can help definitely some people. I specifically avoid it intentionally. I've used it about 3 times when looking for alternative words as a thesaurus, right? Because that's literally the best thing it's capable of. You know, giving ideas about like these different names. And I had to like look for like Latin names and this kind of stuff, right? That was very useful. But otherwise, I don't use it. I avoid using it. Every like blurb of text, you know, like how when we put out updates and there's like the you know like the lore blurbs, those I write myself because I enjoy writing. I really do, and I just don't want a machine to do it for me, quite frankly. And it's also to keep the mind sharp. You don't want to kind of like go and just freaking have an AI do everything for you, and you're like, you know, is it true, Grok? You know. Long story short. Right, so, but for other people, for people who might have difficulty being creative or like coming up with their own ideas, I think it can help. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. You know, like I'll be brutally honest, like the crystals in silica, you know how they're vertical. That idea came from an AI generated image, right? When I was doing the intro image, like intro video, the original one, which is gone, of course. You know, there I was literally, I wanted it to render, like to create, you know, an image of freaking crystals in the sand. And I originally wanted them to become like flower shaped, like standard quartz, right? It just would not do that. It clearly had no reference for that kind of stuff, right? So it just generated all this crap. So eventually the way I tricked it into doing it was I said, I tried glass shards, right? Shards in sand, and it kind of went in a similar direction, but then I literally tried glass grass, and that immediately started generating what I kind of had in mind, and it generated this image where there was vertical like crystals in the sand. I was like, holy shit, that's a really interesting idea. You know, I really like the concept, the idea of that. And that's why in silica there's vertical crystals, so you can attribute that to like, you know, an idea. So yeah, it can help. It can definitely help. But I mean, I think the most fun part of game development is coming up with the ideas yourself. But ultimately, it almost definitely will be helping people, especially people who are, let's say, more business oriented, you know, and they might not be coming up with ideas themselves that much. Then that can definitely help. You know, maybe in some market analysis, I fucking know. Maybe. Unipanda, not to derail the convo again, but I was in the military actually, and now I'm now in game development too, albeit fairly new to it professionally. Is there any tip when it comes to motivation? Oh well, you know, I would say thank you for your service, but that would be a bit crass of me. So like, you know, hopefully, you know, the tour of duty or tour how many you did, man, went well. And in terms of tips for motivation. Like I think it's relatively individual. For me, like I had this problem in the past where it was, you know, always trying to finish something, start something. It was relatively easy to get going, like to then continue, but it was very difficult for me to get started, you know. And one way, you know, you always hear this thing like, you know, just do it, just start it, and that's fucking bullshit, right? The reality is it really is individual. Some people can go and start from scratch. You know, like listen to a tutorial, you know, read a manual, etc. Right? So if you are the type of person that is very happy to watch a tutorial to learn how to use a tool, then I really recommend doing that because you'll learn straight from the get-go all of the way to do it properly. Me, I'm an impatient fuck. So for me, it was always more about trying it, and then when I hit the wall, when I fucking cracked my skull open in quotations. You know, that's when I would go and refer to the manual because I needed to feel my way around before learning what was right and what was wrong. That's just the way I am, right? And so, you know, if you're the same as this, then what really got, like, I had big problems at the beginning, like when I was working on the Dark mod. It's like Thief mod for Doom 3. For that, I really had a problem with starting a new map, you know. And what really helped me there, quite frankly, was I took an existing map and I redid the lighting, for example, right? Or I improved some things on something else, or added to something. And eventually you get used to this process of adding, that you start to see what you can do with everything in quotations, and you can go and start things from scratch. But starting from scratch also means you need to know what you want to do. So I think like it also depends on, are you very like creative and stuff, right? If you are creative, then you know, me, I've just got these ideas fucking flowing through my head all the time. It's kind of frustrating at times, quite frankly. But you know, there's like, all right, I know, like, all right, I imagine, for example, Crystal Chasm, right? That one. I imagine, oh, it'd be so fucking epic. And this is like 90% of my ideas, by the way. They always start off with oh, it would be so fucking epic if. And if this is kind of how you function as well, then you take that. And I'll give an example with Crystal Chasm. You know, I was like, oh, it'd be so fucking epic to have these towering crystals, like a big fucking citadel towering above you. You know, I even had the image in my mind of like, oh, Same, being naughty again. You know, with these big pillars going down, like starting off really tall and then building down towards the sides. This is like, you know, of course the map is entirely made by Springbok, right? But the idea it's really old, and you know, and I had this specific idea. I just saw it in my mind, where I imagined, okay, it's that is the most important thing that I wanted to kind of like have there, right? The experience like next to these towering crystals, which would really help build the lore, so to speak, right? And so I had this idea, and then you kind of like work from there, right? Because a lot of people will tell you, all right, start from the beginning, make a new map, you know, have flat terrain, imagine how you want to do the terrain or whatever the fuck, and then add that shit, fuck off. Everyone's different, right? For me, it's easier to begin with the details and then work out the rest. So you begin with the details of, all right, I want these crystals. I really fucking want these big crystals in. So you begin there, and then you slowly, all right, that needs to fit in somewhere, right? So it needs to be in a chasm, because otherwise, if it's just towering above the things, it wouldn't be interesting. So now you're getting into details. Now you want crystals inside a chasm. All right, cool, fantastic. What about the rest? All right, I want it mountainous, because if it was just in the sand, that's not that interesting, right? So you want to kind of be more mountainous, etc., etc., etc. So you work from the top to bottom instead of bottom up. You know, so you don't start with the basics. You start off with the details. And in fact, this is in fact how most of Silica was made. You know, I always started off with like these details of what I wanted things to feel like. You know, what I knew straight from the beginning, I wanted a fucking rocket launcher, exactly like from Dune 2. And, you know, some people are like, why do you want that? You know, you can do an MLRS. Fuck off. No, I want those big 4 rockets, the ridiculous bullshit 4 rockets. I want that shit in, you know. And when you have a look at videos like, not so much now, but when Silica was released, you know, a lot of the videos were praising the kind of the effects of those giant rockets in like fucking impacting on the surface and shit, right? And I wanted the harvester from, for example, Dune 2 or Dune the film, the big machine kind of like lumbering across the thing. And I just wanted that epic feeling. So I start off with the details, and then I work the rest out. You know, that's not always the best approach, of course, and I'm not saying it's the best way. It's just I function best like that. Yeah. Shit, and I went way too much into detail there. So in terms of motivation, like what I do, and I've kind of more said my approach to development, but like in terms specifically of motivation, and it is difficult to keep motivation, I have to be honest. What I do, and it really depends on your role, right? And it depends on the company you're in and what tasks you're given. If you're a junior or if you're a senior, there's also a difference there. But if you're a junior, you kind of like have to do what's being given to you, right? But what I would recommend with keeping motivation is, if let's say you're in a junior level and you're given, you know, I don't know, some more boring stuff, right? Let's say fixing things in the scene, let's say, right? If you're working on the scene, or if you're a programmer, that's even worse, right? Because you get shit code to fix whatever. Right, so you kind of like look for errors and whatnot, right? And then it's difficult to like stay motivated with that. It's much more interesting to write a new system, or to make a new map, or to make a new unit, for example. I really enjoy doing units, you know. But let's say you're stuck with doing the boring shit. Then my recommendation is, it depends what kind of a team you're in. If you're a big team, you're probably going to have a very specific role. If you're in... Okay, that's interesting, Lycan. You've managed to break it again.
Yeah.
But clicking again fixed it, right?
Yeah. Clicking again,
Yeah,
sorted
it's
it.
a fucking input system. Yeah, we'll have to deal with that. But yeah. So if you're given, like, if you're in a big team and you're given some very specific task, it's going to be difficult to, of course, keep the motivation because, and that's of course what the role is of the lead, right? I mean, being a lead, and I'm talking about any industry or any field, right? You need to keep your people motivated as a lead. If you don't keep them motivated, they're just going to leave, And if they can't leave, they're not going to do the job as well, job that well. So ideally, you're given tasks which are boring, fair, but you're also given tasks which are fun. Holy shit, that map looks completely alien. But anyway, so ideally, like, if you don't have that option, another way you can do it is, okay, think of something you've always wanted to do, like in game development or whatnot, and just do that in like either separately, like if you can, like for the game you're working on, and if you can't do it there, then do it somewhere else, like either as a mod for something if you don't want to go start from scratch, or ideally start your own game. Yeah. But of course, it depends. I have 2 kids. Starting a game in the evenings now will just be nonsense for me, right? So it really depends on the situation you're in. Yeah, motivation can be a thing that's difficult to come by. I mostly, because I have the freedom which I have, when I'm demotivated, I work on something I enjoy, and that's the Grand Capital map, for example. That entire map just came out of needing to have motivation while working on collision avoidance. However, there's a thing you need to be careful with there. If you're doing that, sometimes you get more stuck into what is now motivating you than finishing the task you need to complete. But if you're from the military, you're definitely not going to have a problem with that. So, but I can imagine, man. I can imagine. Indies nowadays, however, somehow blooming while a lot of AAA studios are struggling suddenly. Yeah, there are multiple reasons for that. I'm going to give an unpopular opinion here, and like the reality is, I think there was a lot of politicizing done in games, which I think really harmed them. Harmed a lot of AAA. Like, they thought everyone was really much into a certain political spectrum, and I think it's when I look back in like at the old games, like, who gives a fuck? Doom. Is that the left? Is that the right? Fuck off. Is that the good shit? Right? Here's your shotgun. Blow some demons. Off you go. Right?
Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein's okay. Yeah, that's not political though, right? I mean, there it was just shoot Nazis, right? If you want to say it's a political theme, oh fuck yes,
yeah,
right. But it wasn't saying like, oh, the Nazis weren't that bad, or it's not saying like, it's actually okay, fair. It's saying that they were pretty inhuman. Fair enough. Okay, right. So that is a relatively political theme. But that one is, I'd say, that one is a free that one is a free pass card.
It is, yeah, it is.
Like the way it feels from people, like in general, you always kind of like jokes are made about Nazis, like about the Nazis being the worst. So there, it's like a generally accepted thing that the Nazis were bad, right? I don't want to get into any politics or whatever like that, but what I'm just trying to say is that one is like an exception because it is an exception. If you start talking about a more recent conflict, shall we say, there you find people more divided for some reason, right? Oh, for some reason, people are always divided for a thing, right? But you get the point. You get into, and that's where it's like, oh, if you go and you push one side, why are you doing it? If you're doing a political game to be political, that's fine, right? If you're doing a game that is specifically about survival in let's say Ukraine because there's a war, etc., etc., fair enough, right? You have all right to be thing because it can be a literal political game. But of course, Steam has terms for that for obvious reasons. They just want to cover themselves, of course. No one wants the problems coming with that. But at the same time, if you're doing, I don't know, Fortnite, right? And you start getting political now, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you pushing this shit onto kids? And I'm saying kids because Fortnite is more geared towards kids. If we talk about Counter-Strike and someone would start putting like, I don't know, a political slogan for one or for the left or the right, it doesn't matter, right? Then everyone's going to reject it, right? Because what is this? Or one of the Call of Duties, for example, I recall there was no American flag. I'm not American and I was insulted by that, quite frankly. It's like, why was there no American flag in an American game? And there was flags of everything else, and that's where it's like, where I think that's one of the things where AAA got so big to the point they thought they could do anything. Or like certain companies. I don't want to speak for everyone because of course AAA means just a large budget, right? That's the definition. So Helldivers did nothing wrong apart from the Sony account issue that occurred. That one's a different thing. But when Helldivers 2 came out, it was like fantastic game. And it was political game, like it was funny, of course, like political, but it wasn't political like contemporary because it's political, and so
yeah,
like
heavily took what's the word for it?
Starship Troopers. Basically.
Troopers, yeah. It took the formula of Starship Troopers, I suppose. Democracy, democracy is the be all end all, like super democracy and super Earth, and which I find is hilarious because it's very similar to what's it called? For example, Warhammer 40k is very much in the opposite direction, right? Like what's it called? It's not called Sol, is it? It's called Terra, which is basically Earth. And it's on a very much of a different spectrum, like it's more, it's more, not so much dictatorial, but more empire, but very, very, very strongly, like, the Space Marines are the gods and all the humans are subhuman.
I mean, that one is more, like, religious, you could say. It's like,
it's
a kind of, like, it's a holy war, right? I mean, you could literally call it that, But yeah, I mean, in general, I just want to say I don't want to go, like, too much into the point, but I think AAA started to fail because... that's one of the reasons. I'm not saying this was the only thing because they started getting political, but it's just that there are specific themes which they don't belong in games, quite frankly, right? And then of course you have the other thing, which is you look for AAA, you look to AAA, sorry, for the highest quality graphics. But the problem is when games cost multiple millions, like tens of millions of dollars, sometimes even hundreds of millions of dollars, then in those cases you cannot afford to fail anymore, and so you start to be very safe. And this is exactly what happened to AAA, where they remained safe. I started with the other argument, which I'd say is a much smaller portion of the problem than this, but this is the primary problem, that they started to be safe. I recall back in the day when when you had Half-Life, you had Half-Life 2, you had Gears of War. I remember when that was announced. I was like, oh, it's my vacuum cleaner, sorry. But I had Gears of War, which like Gears of War was announced, and like, oh shit, that looks completely unique and super epic, And then now you just get whatever the fuck 6, whatever the fuck 7, whatever the fuck 8. And I'm not saying that's bad, but that's not unique. And it's safe. And the problem is eventually, you kind of grind that down, and it really depends on who you're addressing. Some like today, if you don't have an IP, like if you don't have an established IP, it's very difficult to catch on. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
And now because the market is being so flooded. I mean, look at it. Who uses Origin? I don't mean that to be like nasty to EA or anything. I don't mean them anything bad or anything like that. What I mean by that is when you try to make a competing platform, it needs to be better than the original platform. If it provides only the same or worse experience, people will not use it. They'll avoid it where they can. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not a fan of Origin just purely because, and this is the thing, I don't want to use Origin, not because I think it's a bad program or platform or that's badly written. I just don't want to use yet another thing. It's the same thing where it's like, I avoid subscriptions as much as I fucking can. I would rather buy a product which is more expensive one-time payment than if I paid 10 years of subscription. because I don't fucking want that hassle of having to pay a subscription. I know it's automatic, but I just hate that thing. This is me, of course, where it stays in the back of my mind, where there's this constant fucking thing. Oh, you know, there's subscription to that, fucking subscription. Oh, fucking hell, you get the point, you know. And geez, I should have probably brought more water, but anyway, you get the point. You know, I think that's where AAA gaming has had issues. And shit, I have to continue on the questions. I have to say, everything I've heard today gives me more confidence in the game that I already have. You've already created a unique and cinematic experience, and I know it will only get better. Thank you very much, Prime Galactic. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, no, like, I mean, you know, it's a game I've been wanting to make since 2008, man. Like, you know, so I'm hoping to achieve exactly what I've wanted to. I mean, the AI is nowhere near where I'd like it to be. That's the most critical one. If the AI acted as intelligently as I wanted them to, I think the game would probably have slightly more popularity. Honestly, I know we have derailed quite a lot, but I really appreciate your insight, experience, and opinions. They resonate greatly with me. Oh, thanks, man. I mean, I'm happy I can help. You know, that's the most important thing. Now, ultimately, you know, I'm a human being, man. I'm gonna be frank. You know, I've said it many times. I mean, I remember when on Lycan's stream when I was playing one of the games, and I was swearing quite a lot, and someone would tell me, "Dram," I swear like strong words, yeah. Because I grew up in Australia. And you know, and I said, "Oh shit, you know, sorry guys." Like someone said, "Dram, don't swear so much." I was like, "Oh shit, sorry guys." And then I was like, "Wait a minute, why would I deny who I am?" You know, it's like, "Sorry guys, I apologize, but I grew up in Australia where, you know, every second word was cunt, every second word was fuck, etc., 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 etc. I just can't help it, and I get, you know, pulled into the game, and you know, and I thought it's better being real than putting on a facade. You know, I'm not gonna go and like, oh, good morning, everyone. Smash that like button. Fuck that shit. That's not me, man. You know, I'd rather not do this than not be genuine. You know, it's better being genuine. Fuck it. You know, then you have nothing to hide. You have nothing to lie about. You don't need to lie, right? I mean, why? But of course, I don't want to cause problems for liking. That's a different story. You know, so. By the way, smash that like button and subscribe. Right, shit, where was I? Oh, yes. Dram, how do you feel about the current Soul Fighter? It feels like it's more of a dive bomber now, and the gunship is a better air superiority unit. Any plans to give it back AA missiles or not? No, I don't want to give it AA missiles, but I do agree with you. It has become a bit unwieldy, as it were. But let's see how things go once we're getting more into balance. It can always move like more towards what it used to be. But the reality is, its guns are significantly more superior to the gunship. I mean, you shit all over a gunship if you get into a like 1v1 against the gunship, for example. But of course, that's not what's going to happen, right? But for example, against aliens, it is so much easier to kill with the fighter, in my opinion. You know, at least from my experience. If you've had a different experience, definitely write to me, please. Dram, any plans for the elite fighter? Would love to see it move out of the hangar and into the space battle space. Yeah, like currently, not yet, because there wasn't really much of a need for another air unit. You know, like I've got it in just the back burner, so to speak, right? Like I would like to finish it, but it's like I'm not sure what role to give it. You know, a bomber? We've already got a bomber. A fighter? Well, you know, you get the point, right? So, I mean, it could be interesting as a suicide unit. I thought about that, but yeah, probably not a good idea. Yeah, so you get the point. You know, I'm just not sure what to do with it, to be perfectly honest. I know what kind of guns and stuff I'd like to give it, but it's just like, okay, that's just another fighter. You know, and of course, this goes back to what I wanted to go back to, which is the Centauri units and the fact that they have tank. But I would like to, well, I digress there. Specifically, I disagree, because the strike tank is, of course, fast and heavy hitting, but only 3 shots. It doesn't cover itself, so it needs cover from other units. Then you've got the combat tank that's got shotgun and a basic, you know, thing that's just like a kind of run-of-the-mill tank, right? Hover tank, for example. Then you've got your heavy tank. Now that's a hard-hitting one with an MG, but it's slow. It only coaxial, etc. So it can't exactly provide that much cover, but it's very hard-hitting. But a long delay between each shot, right? So So, you got those three roles, and is it an improvement with each? Yeah, technically speaking, yeah. But I mean, in the military, of course, you've got the main battle tank, and then you got armored cars, etc. Right? You got the other support units as well, depending on the role, or where the combat is happening. So, I mean, the Bradley, there's a reason for having a faster firing, slightly less damaging gun than a main fucking armor piercing motherfucker that could just fly through the enemy vehicle, right? Depending on what situation you're in and what you're facing. So those obviously make sense to have upgrades, but still you need the previous ones, and plus cost is another thing. And of course you got the Crimson tank, right? The Crimson tank versus the heavy tank. Okay, why would I get the Crimson tank when there's a heavy tank, or vice versa? And that, of course, is like, it's their special unit. That one's meant to be more of a psychological thing, where you got this big red fucking unit which can tank so much damage and does a fuck ton of damage. And again, that is a siege unit. It is not intended as a standard combat unit, right? So it is meant to crawl across the battlefield, and it's slow. It's meant to crawl across the battlefield, reach the enemy base while under heavy fire, and just deliver its fucking gifts of joy, to the enemy. So each of those tanks does actually have a purpose. Anyway, sorry. I always think AI is merely a tool of a more modern toolkit. What you can do with it is both amazing, great, and grand, yet people can also be lazy with it, stupid, and malicious. 100% agree, Unipanda. 100% agree. Like, I think, a lot, like in my team, almost everyone uses ChatGPT in some form of another, like for their own shit, or when thinking about things and whatnot, right? I specifically avoid using it just because I don't want to lose the sharpness of my brain. I want to utilize my intelligence. I'm human, and I think, the thing is, if everyone just used AI, then, well, I mean, AI has the LLM specifically, like large language models. You have what was the specific terminology for it? But you have not decadence, for fuck's sake. But you have a convergent evolution, in a sense, right? Where you tell it to develop an image, to make an image. You tell it to improve the image, etc., 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 iterate on it, and it reaches a certain end goal. And you try it with something else, and it starts to look the same. And that's the thing. It's like, that's where you kind of move towards that direction. Of course, that's the lazy part, right? If you use it well, where you're just using it as a helping tool, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, when someone hears the word AI now, everyone's like scared. It's like, what the fuck is this? Or not scared, sorry. It's immediate negative feelings. But the reality is, it's like, okay, I mean, what do you classify as an AI? Artificial intelligence. What begins there, and where does it end? Like, an LLM, is it AI? Well, technically, it's artificial intelligence. It's acting intelligent in some form, but technically speaking, from the definition of the word, it is not artificial intelligence. But, it's... fuck that, right? My main point was, if I'm looking for words, or alternative words to something, and I don't have all of them in my mind, I will open the thesaurus, thesaurus.com, for example, and you put in the word there, and see the result it gives you. Like alternates to the word, then you can go to alternates of those words. Usually they'll lead to the same place, but you get the point. And it's like, okay, so you can use it as a tool, like ChatGPT, just make it a more central point of accessing information. But it's when you rely on it too much that it becomes a problem. Where was I? I know that there is no real plan to add jetpack units, but could it work as a purchasable item for players? For balancing, it could have a cooldown so that players have to land at some point. Crankyfish, I recommend you try Natural Selection 2, and you try getting to the phase where the humans have jetpacks, and you play as Alien during that point. You'll see exactly what I mean, and that's indoor, by the way, right? So it's, as soon as they have jetpacks, it will be used. It doesn't matter any delay you give it, it won't help. And I'll tell you why. Because it'll be used exactly in those situations where a crab is coming, and you're like, oh, jump and thrust away and shoot the crab on your way away. That's what it's going to work out to be, and you're going to be incredibly frustrated as a crab trying to kill that jetpack dude. It's just, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not against it in the sense of a specific unit which has a jetpack, but it needs to be a more close quarters oriented unit, right? So it's not, you know. That's why I thought like a shotgun guy or a flamethrower guy would make the most sense, you know. Or for example, a jetpack where you can fly around and whatever, but more of a landing pack, if that makes sense. Where you jump from somewhere tall, and you got a limited use, which you can use it, which is good for landing, but not really good for like jumping high heights and whatnot. But the thing is, I don't think like Silica, like there was a reason why I didn't want jetpacks as a standard, or like even like a jump pack as a standard for infantry in Silica, and it was primarily because I thought that the environmental limitations, like that you just can't jump down a cliff without dying, are more interesting than anything you could be given for free. What I mean by that is, if you have it like a jump pack and like, oh, jump down the mountain, you hop down. It's just not interesting. It just gives you no limitation. And I think, like, for example, abseiling could be interesting, like actually sending rope down and whatnot. But that's just, of course, completely off the scale in terms of complexity. It could be done. It would take a lot of work. So that's why I'm like my approach to this is I just don't think jetpacks would benefit the gameplay for everyone. They would benefit only for the individual using the jetpack. And there are only certain cases where it could be used, like where it would be useful to use it. If you're using it on like generally flying around, like to get faster across the terrain, you've already got the hover bike, you know. But if it's to get away from threats, that's exactly where it's bad gameplay. And Natural Selection 2 demonstrates that very, very clearly. And like it's bad gameplay for the defender, for the attacker against the flying, like the jetpack guy. Whenever I think of AI in games, it is more about NPCs that can react to anything, say anything, and all voiced. Yeah. I mean, like, I agree, Unipanda. Like, I too do think about that. Like, the idea of connecting like an LLM with like NPCs is an interesting one because I mean, you get more meaningful conversations and more dynamic. But the reality is, and this is the of course the limitation. You'll know because you know you've gotten into game development yourself. Is the problem is you can't make it consequential, right? What I mean by that is it's very difficult to make a conversation in a game be actually consequential without having it pre-programmed, right? I mean, literally impossible, right? What I mean by that is you can have a conversation lead to a different outcome in the conversation, but ultimately the outcomes of said conversation need to be pre-programmed. What I mean by that is, you know, you need to know, all right, did the player answer this or find out this? In this case, he gets item X, or gets access to place B, etc. Right? So if you don't, so you're still limited by what you can code. You know, so using, for example, an AI for that stuff is just going to help you make the chatting a bit more interesting. That you know, it'll be a bit more dynamic in what it says, but it won't give you more options, if you get what I mean. You still have to program. You worked on the Dark mod, the one from 2009. That was one of my favorite mods back then. No way. Yes, I did. I worked. There's plenty of models of mine that I made there, which are still being used today. And Blackheart Manor, which was like a map I made. Oh god, it was ages ago. Lycan, can I give you a link to if you can post it there, man, or allow me to? I'll just have to find it. It's on my fucking YouTube. It's dreadful, but oh god, Jesus, it's so old. Doesn't matter. Is this the one? Yes. Oh god, yes, the briefing. Right. Yeah, so I'll post it there if you can see that. Yeah, that's the briefing to Blackheart Manor. Oh man, I worked on that map for so long.
Me, and then I can post it because the bot might auto remove it.
Roger. Well, I'll post it to you then, and you can pop it up. But yeah, it's just a thing. But yeah. Like I worked on that. I did some like lockpicking, like where I made it to a lockpicking game. And I also did like a ton of assets, like trees and particle effects and all this kind of stuff. and most importantly, like some technical stuff as well. But mainly it was just like levels and stuff. I mean, I was just a noob, you know, at the time. But yeah, and I did like a whole airship and shit, which I never released. It's still got that some on my hard drive. But yeah, the Dark One, absolutely love it. And you could, it's you can still get it today, by the way. It was made fully, what's it called? Like unreliant on Doom 3. It's because Doom 3 went open source. Oh, well, like open source for non-commercial purposes, which this, of course, complies with. And so you can get the Dark mod without having Doom 3 and whatnot. And it's very playable, and the guys are still updating it. You know, I follow it from time to time, but yeah, I just don't have time for it, unfortunately. I'd still really, really, really love to get back into stealth games. But unfortunately, today I don't think anyone's interested in stealth. You know. Will the Sol MLRS have Bolterium missiles? No, Mr. Cryon. If you guys want, I can show it to you in a bit. Or like when Lycan has time, I guess.
We can do it now.
I've been meaning to play with you guys, but I've been talking this whole time. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. So yeah, so it has actually like many smaller missiles, like weaker missiles, but it has 48 of them. Yeah. So it covers an area. It makes sure the area is dead. Will you fix that human units get stuck at every building? Which units do you mean, Mr. Connect? Like generally like vehicles, or do you mean infantry? I don't think you mean infantry, I suspect. But the vehicles, what they do is they kind of like cut the corner a little bit, and so I need to fix that, yeah, if that's what you mean. Yo, what up? Hey, Corey. Talion. It's not until Helldivers 2 that you explore dark fluid and realize maybe there was some justification to that claim. But those games are nearly 10 years apart. This is true. Anyhow, in the Helldivers 1, you never really got any proof of these supposed weapons of mass destruction. Yes. I didn't actually play Helldivers 1, to be fair. Laugh myself. The Dragonfly suicide glitch strikes again on stream. Yeah. And I even increased the delay of doing the damage, but I'll increase it even further.
I shot myself to death multiple times.
Yeah, I think it actually might be fixed already on thing, but I'll have a look afterwards. Dram, the Crimson Tank projectiles have a red effect like the Soul Rocket AA missiles, or the Soul Bomber bombs, minus the blue small lightning thing in those weapons. Why is this? Right, so the idea is that Crimson is meant to be a chemical, something similar to napalm, for example, that Centauri use, right? Given that their planet is completely covered with water basically all the time, it's raining there essentially constantly and it's hot, then you know, they need something which can deal damage in such an environment, right? So the whole idea is that they have Crimson, which burns red, hence Crimson, and of course you have the Crimson Tank, so it shoots projectiles which contain this chemical component, as well as the vehicle itself being red to indicate, right? That's those projectiles specifically. And then you of course have there's another place where I'm using it. Oh yes, the idea is that the pyro tank also uses a bit of crimson, right? A little bit, like infused, you know, to kind of like make it burn. But yeah, so that's the idea. And I will be brutally honest with that. That idea is complete nonsense, and I just came up with it like when I was doing the tank because I liked the idea of the name Crimson Tank, and I didn't want it to just mean that it was a red tank, right? Because it is literally a red tank, right? And of course, you know, some people told me, why is it red? I was like, because it's a fucking statement. You know, that's the whole point. You have this ridiculous red vehicle, which is so big anyway. I mean, you can't really hide it. You know, and you have it red because you're making a statement, so that on the battlefield, when you see that red tank incoming, you're like, oh, for Christ's sake, not the red tank, not the Crimson Tank. And you go in the corner and cry. That's the whole idea. But yeah, so it's unrelated to Bolterium being burned, which is in the Soul ones. You want to show single player things too? Yeah, sure. I'll happily show. You know, I'll actually start it going in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, we can start showing it now. This game's gonna go on for ages, so.
Yeah, no worries, man. I will just überdate. Yes, I can leave Steam doing its shit in the background, and I'll have Unity starting up. So just give it a sec. It takes a fucking while. Dr. Connect. Dr. Connect. Derek Connect. Vehicles. Every vehicle gets stuck at a fab. Like I assume you mean factory. Every vehicle? What do you mean? Like, okay, Mr. Connect. What do you mean stuck? Just to make sure. Because I've been so focused on the, like implementing the Centauri vehicles at the moment that I haven't had a chance to properly play it in a while. So is it like that when they're exiting, or is it when they're driving around like structures they'll kind of like clip into them? Or just responding to someone. Alrighty. Light vehicles experience particularly bad upon exiting. Upon exiting. Okay, are we talking the Sol buildings, or are we talking the Centauri ones? Just to make sure. Like as in, you know. And the hovering tanks can avoid it better. They just drive against it. Don't see it as a hindrance. I'll have a look, guys. Definitely have a look. Because I have a suspicion. I think I know what might be happening. Yeah. Alright. We'll have a look. Cheers. Give the Crimson Tank a menacing sound effect like the tripods from War of the Worlds, and everyone will shit themselves the moment it rolls up. Probably better for the Alien Titan, though. Yeah, well, the Crimson Tank, because I wanted the Centauri to be lower tech, they don't kind of have the, you know, the neon-ish sci-fi effects, the kind of and this kind of stuff. It just has big boom, basically, you know, and you know, the sound like big wheels turning, right? You know, with the siege tank from from Sol, with the plasma tank, the siege tank. Then that one, yeah, that one is that one exactly has that kind of, and you hear it from far away, and you're like, oh god, no, right? And yeah, with the Crimson Tank, it's kind of like its appearance is meant to like give that effect, you know. I guess it's the kind of similar effect as the people would have experienced when seeing the first tank in World War One. You know, this big machine going over the ditches, over the trenches, and like, what the fuck? Yeah, the vehicles will path weird and drive straight into structures. That's very strange. I'll have a look at it because from like my tests, they don't do that, right? But it could be that when it's when the server is being is under heavy load, that's when that kind of stuff occurs. So if it's, I'll definitely be looking into it. Of course, that must not happen. Oh, too much stuff, too much to finish. I'm just going to throw this out here, out there. Is there a chance that we'll get a beachy map? The desert would be the main battlefield, while a body of water is in the background. Not Crimson. Oh, you mean not Centaurus? The thing is, like, the whole idea is that Bolterus is essentially devoid of water, right? The idea here being the aliens kind of well, utilized that water to a degree. And yeah, so there's barely any water at all on the surface of the planet, right? And all the cataclysmic shaping of the terrain is also done by the aliens to a degree. That's the kind of idea. But yeah, so the idea that there would be a beach of water is just, yeah, pretty much a no. But doing a beach of tar, for example, that could be an interesting one. Tar, because the whole idea is that, you know, the aliens are eating the tar from, you know, decomposing local bacteria, etc., etc., etc. That could be a possibility, but I don't think that's probably the beach you're hoping for. A black beach. I got some YouTube videos that are unlisted. Oh yeah, sure, please. Italian, if you can send them to me, man, that would be epic. Really appreciate it, man. Oh, right, yeah, you are. Thank you very much, man. I shall have a look. Just quickly. What is going on?
Don't know how he survived that, but he did. And he's flying off, panicking.
Ooh, shit. Yeah, I see it, Italian. It just completely ignores the heavy vehicle factory as if it wasn't in the pathfinding. Okay. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, so Italian, I can tell you straight away what the problem there is. It's just for some reason, it hasn't calculated the heavy vehicle factory at 1 minute and 9 seconds in the video you sent me. It hasn't calculated the heavy vehicle factory into the nav mesh. Is this after a load, by the way, or is this just normal game and it just happened throughout? I assume it's seeing its multiplayer that it's just a normal like throughout. But that's very surprising, this, in fact. But yeah, I mean, I have to actually overhaul this anyway because it's not good for the buildings to be doing what they're doing, the way they're cutting into the terrain. I can recalculate it. It's nice, but Jesus Christ, it's just, yeah. Not uncommon. Roger that. I mean, there is a solution which I like, a surefire solution, but that's the one I want to avoid as much as I can. But roger that. I will add that to my list of fixes. Write down quickly for myself. And thank you, Mr. Italian. That helps a lot, actually. Normal game 2 weeks ago. Roger that, man. Hey, Frankenhart. Alrighty, so Mr. Lycan,
Yes.
do you want me to bring those thingies up?
Yeah, sure. Let me just
Alrighty.
get myself away and I can get rid of this Colossus so someone else can have it. There we go. How you doing, Frank? How you doing, mate? Right. Ready when you are. If you want to share it in... I'll mute myself because I believe I come through the monitor, so I'll mute myself anyway. But if
Yeah,
you want
no worries. Where do you want me to share it?
If you share it on the video ninja thing, yeah, I can then import it.
Roger. Share screen. Entire screen. Yes, that one. All right. Lycan motherboard also share system audio. I guess so.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Right, I'm muting.
Oh. Right. Silica Sundays. Back to that. Hope it's not a pain to read fix. It will be a pain, but I mean, it needs to be fixed anyway. Frankenhart. So, what is the progress on the crab cannon? Oh God. Right. So, tell me when you can see what you can be seen. Cool. All right. I assume you can be seen. Yes. Oh yes. Yeah, that's right. You're muted. Right. Cool. I confirmed. You can see. All good. So I will continue. Righto. So ignore this. This is just a work in progress one. This is going to be the light armored car equivalent on the Soul faction, by the way. I just like modeled the what's it called? The bumpy bits on the tires, so it's not done yet. It needs LODs and colliders, right? But basically, with this one, I just might as well show a really quick little preview. Oh shit! All right. Long story short, the light armored car version of this will not have the side rocket pods and will not have that shit on top, right? So we'll just have this Gatling gun at the front. The anti-air version won't have the Gatling, but it will have the rocket pods and the shit up here. Right, so it'll be basically missile based compared to the flak based one for Centauri. So the existing light armored car and flak truck are for Centauri specifically. So might as well show the units. Hop in. Alrighty, so nothing to see here. Here, so light quad, heavy quad, light armored car, flak truck are all going to be Centauri units, while heavy armored car, barrage truck, pulse truck, railgun tank, and siege tank on this page are all are all Sol units. Right, I just wanted to be clear about that. With these units here, specifically on the left-hand side, the heavy is the only one which will go to Centauri. The rest remain Sol, and there'll be infantry to replace those, the equivalents. Now, I will begin with a minor thing I just want to show. Bit of a difference with the light quad, just mainly sound changes. I can't drive for shit, so I'm on flip. That's one change. Second change is you can see it's got better suspension. I've kind of reworked the suspension of most wheeled vehicles. So it kind of like has better landing and can overcome terrain a little bit better. The same thing happened. Same thing with the heavy quad. That's kind of a bit more floaty as well. It feels much better now. But that's just like a minor thing. Just want to show you guys. The sound hasn't changed on this yet. I haven't been able to make better sound. But yeah, light armor car, same shit. Just slightly more bounce to the suspension. So it feels much better driving around. It doesn't bounce as much off rocks. So that helps. The rest is relevant. So, next. Mr. Barrage Truck. So, this is the Barrage Truck. Right? Oh, for fuck's sake. Of course I put it directly against the sun. Yeah. You can see nice little details. I think it's a much nicer truck than the previous one. 48 missiles. And when it launches them, basically covers the area in rockets, right? If I place it again, because I can't be fucked waiting for the reload. You can of course direct like a whole volley of them. And don't worry about balance. It's obviously still very much work in progress. If I put a whole freaking 50, actually fine, 100 crabs, right? I was trying. All right, reloaded. 3, 2, 1, done. And you can see they get fucked over quite badly. But they need to be hit. These guys won't hit much. But yeah, so that's the barrage truck. Right. Next, you have the reworked pulse truck, which I think is much, much nicer. Everything's the same. It's just a different kind of mount. Yeah, it kind of feels more like it's actually made for it. That it's actually can actually stand the weight of that thing, you know, etc. Just generally nicer, I think. So that's the pulse truck. The rest are the same, basically. Here, the only change is the harvester has also got improved suspension. Minor fix, but it's just much more pleasant driving around on terrain. The wheels kind of bend to the terrain more. Before it didn't do that, so it helps it actually overcome obstacles a little bit better, but just a bit. The rest is unchanged, unchanged, unchanged. Oh, Scorpion. So when you aim for something far away, you can see his tail automatically compensating. Right, so if I want to hit that, previously I would have to aim like, let's say here. Now, he just does that for me. So it's significantly more pleasant to kind of like aim with the there you go, like for example up there. Yeah, that's very far. Might not even reach. Yeah, that's beyond his range. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so that's also an improvement to the aliens in general. But it's just mainly the Scorpion which actually utilizes that. What is next? Right, alien, no. Over here, of course, you know, we have the strike tank, just in case someone hasn't seen it. But basically 3 projectiles and has to reload. It can get over terrain really well. So that's just in case someone hasn't seen it, yeah? Next we have the combat tank. Alright. So there is this. And it has secondary, it's shotguns. Alright, let's reload that. So it's actually shooting like 7 projectiles, as you can see. That bounce and whatever. It's not incredibly effective, but it's at like close range, it's quite effective against the aliens. But it's those pods on the side. I know they're not meant to be for that, but I decided to use them for shotguns. It's just much more interesting. And secondary fire is... basically it's the explosive shell. Now, one thing has changed versus previously, by the way, which I haven't mentioned. But if I put a heavy armored car as an example, I'll just move his turret aside. And I'll slow down time and aim right there. Oh yes, he's got reduced armor, that's right. He gets fucked on. But if I put onto the hover tank, for example. The Centauri shots can now bounce, but they still explode on impact, yeah? But yeah, they can basically bounce. There you go, bounced, and then exploded over there. Yeah, that's just to kind of like level the playing field a little bit with the bounces. So, that's that one. Next, we have the heavy tank, just in case someone hasn't seen it. It's big, has a secondary like coaxial, and a big boom. Yeah, so that's this guy. I think everyone's seen it, just to make sure. I'm just going to see if you guys had any questions. But any questions? Oh shit! Right, this. Right, I'll get to the questions in a sec. Right, so back to this. Next is one of my new favorites, the pyro tank. Its main disadvantage is it can't rotate 180 degrees. Yeah, it's stuck to a certain arc within this, as you can see. And it is a flame tank. So it's very, very pleasant, and but it is not that OP. I thought it would be much more OP, but just given the time it takes for the projectiles to land, it's not very OP. But it's very effective against alien buildings. And against swarms. And this is Centauri, just to clarify. So there's that one. Then, of course, I'll show how it drives. I think AI is off, so I'll just let it drive forward. Basically what you would expect of a tank. And then there is the Crimson tank. Right. Big beast, metallic. The big boom from that. They're really, really, really powerful. Yeah. If I put like a dude. Basically 2-shot elimination for that. So that is the Crimson tank, and of course it's very heavily armored. Then we have the rocket tank. So as you can see, the missiles have moved from the Sol to the Centauri, the rocket, like the big missiles, where they should be. General movement, standard, basically, and then you have, of course, this is the same. That is unchanged, but that is the rocket truck. And in terms of size compared to the barrage truck, there is a difference. This one from the other, but yeah. So you can see one is larger than the other, and of course heavier. So that's that one, and last but not least is the light quad, like the Sol version. So this is what Sol will get as their light quad. Probably not going to be called a light quad, I'm not sure. I'm still working on the name. Currently I just thought I'll leave them light quad. But yeah, it's basically a, what's it called? I forgot the name of the vehicle in real life. Yeah. The difference is it's using a medium machine gun, not a light machine gun. I introduced like a class of machine guns here just to kind of differentiate it a bit. So it's a little bit stronger, but it's not as fast. But still fast. I'm driving on shit. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that one. So that's those. I'll have a look now if you guys had questions. Shit, where was I? Yay, mobile AA with missiles, this looks awesome. Granted, I do think Flak Truck needs to get better at shooting swarming targets. Yes, that's true. I'm a racer with that. Down like quad sexy sound. Good, glad you like the sounds, guys. Dram, I would love to have some rumble seats in the back of the heavy quad. Yes, I will definitely want to add those. That's true. Can you show it at night? Sure. Oh, you mean the MLRS? That's a good point. Or you mean the? In fact, yeah, that's a good point. Actually, the fucking pyro tank at night is very epic, very epic indeed. And we'll give some. We'll give it some targets. Yeah. Got the nest. Oh shit, bigger than, of course. I'll put that freaking that, and maybe a spawn assist. There we go. Fuck it. Good enough. Oh, the AI aims down with it. Sorry. I'll just turn on the AI. That'll be easier. It'll do its job. It's a long stream of hell, basically. And during the day, feels like so. And if I put an alien, by the way, okay, not a squiddy, Mr. Crab. You want to change target at me? Wait, will he? No. This. Oh, he's killing the queen. Bye bye, queen. Right, I'm just gonna delete her, okay? Because he's just gonna really prefer to kill her. Now, come on. Hit me. Yeah, this is why I need to improve the AI. He doesn't have much of a chance now, but what I'll do, I'll just delete all the structures. There we go. That was obvious that I would die, but I'll do it again, except with this distance. Yeah, so from this distance you can actually fairly easily avoid the flames. It's a bit of an inferno, but a bit like Australia. Bushfire season. And I'm dead. Yeah, that's the pyro tank, and of course, if we go to the barrage truck. AI. I'll show it from here. Come on, finish reloading. So that is Le Barrage truck. Shit. Where is it? Granted, everything's factory. Dram, I'd still love to have some rubble seats. Yes. At night, battle harvester when? Can we toggle for a manual and auto for those units that have it? Yeah, I think we'll have to think of a way to do that. Just double-barreled mouse tank. It is, Frankenheart. It is a double-barreled mouse tank because the mouse just perfectly describes the Centauri. All armor and just fucking insane from all angles. So it is a double-barreled mouse tank, essentially, because it just perfectly fits the bill. The ridiculous armor, yeah. I love it. It just fits. Where was I? Shit, am I useless? Where am I? Yes, there we go. Honestly, I feel like the Crimson tank is somewhat visually underwhelming. All the other tanks seem more detailed and visually interesting. Though overall, I love especially the artillery and the flame tank. Yeah, so like, I mean, if I look at mouse tank, the mouse tank itself is, well, okay, not that. That is the mouse tank. It is literally a block of metal. Hence, yay, block of metal. So, I mean, the reason I like it is because it just looks like a block of metal. And that's why I really like the concept of it. That's just really heavily armored. And in terms of size, by the way, and this is probably one of the most fun features about it. AI is off. Yes. Come, scout. Oh, what a lucky bastard. I missed him. There, you got a point. Mr. Crush. Mr. Crush. MLRS, and I looks damn good. Glad to hear it. So, and then there is the other thing, which is the work in progress single player campaign map, right? Do not judge too early, please. But oh, by the way, I'll show you some. I'll do a really quick alt tab. Deep foundations. How I was mentioning before for the structure placement. This is a prototype of what I was talking about, right? You can see how the foundations can go really deep. That's the idea, yeah. And so therefore you'd be able to place, for example, a headquarters even on terrain which is like that, yeah. So that demonstrates the advantage. Like, it will make it significantly easier to place any building, and even from a visual standpoint, it still looks pretty good. Ignore this because it's just a prototype, right? I was just testing what it would like roughly look like. Yeah, so there's that. And the motorbike test is just a feature test. I was just messing with something, so ignore that. But yes, so the globe. This is meant to be like the screen in which you get the what's it called? The campaign, right? It's the main kind of view, so to speak. And we need it with the music. We really do. So you can basically globe of Volturus. You can see the clouds moving, and you got down here. You got the Badlands, fucking lightning away. Yeah, so I wrote a selection system for like the sectors where it evaluates it by basically a what's it called? A like per pixel, but a simplified version of the actual image. And so you of course got the three sides, right? So for example, this is just the experimentation shit, by the way, right? It's not fully functional just yet. It's in the background, but it's not finished, like not implemented 100% yet. But yeah, as you can see, you start off with the world unoccupied, sort of, more or less. There's a reason to that. I'll elaborate a bit later, maybe, but fuck. Yeah, you get the point. This is what you start off with, and then, like, ta-da, welcome to fucking Volturus, right? The Centauri are over here, roger that, on my way. You claim your shit, right? They claim their shit. You claim your shit. They claim their shit, and then you're into battle, da-da-da-da, etc. And fucking aliens pop up, whatever. You get the point. Anyway, so that is the basic controls for the for this view. And as you can see, it's in space, right? So if I go to the back side, you can see ton, I think 618, whichever one it was, in the background, in the background there. And then you have the fucking gas giant core lander on the right-hand side. And yeah, that is the globe screen, essentially. So, should be fun. If we could utilize for a sandbox too, it would be heaven. This looks really good. Reminds me of the Dawn of War Crusades campaign map. Yes, thanks, man. Yeah. So it's as you can see, it's just that's a functional technical demo. I just need to finish the actual link to all the missions. So yeah. And yeah, for utilizing for sandbox, by the way, Unipanda, you mean for like the globe map, or do you mean something else? And Mr. Lycan, are you patting yourself? Who is patting yourself? Who is patting yourself? Who is patting yourself? Who is patting yourself? Who's patting yourself? Who's patting the globe screen?
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to show it. So that's the yeah, you got bolters here. I spent a lot of time getting this looking good, getting the fucking clouds to look 3D-ish. Because it's just a 2D texture, but I'm applying height offsetting and shadows are really important to make it plastic. Yeah. But yeah, that's basically it. Nothing else to show now. If that makes sense. Mr. Lycan. Oh, well, you know what? Actually, I will show one more thing because I'm not sure how many people have seen the Grand Capital, because we're not going to see that finished for a while until like after 1.0 most likely. So just might as well torture people a little bit. Where'd I put it? Fuck. I am useless. Give me a sec. Did I put it here? Yes, I did. Grand. Where is it? Oh, right, Union Square, sorry. The Grand Capital, which is called, the map is called Union Square. I'm sure people have seen this before, but I might as well, might as well just like show you guys anyway, because I love the map. I'm really looking forward to finishing it. So this is the home world of Sol, Earth, basically. And this is specifically their Grand Capital. We've got all the structures done. We just need to finish the map. So all the LODs were done by Springbok. And look at the music, what a good choice. I feel like freaking Oblivion. But anyway. Even got a car. You can see dude sitting there driving. Gun. I think this is the one you want, Italian. That's right, it drives by aim. And it's not complete, so... But why is it called Crimson Square? Sorry, not Crimson Square, Union Square. Primarily because of over here. The Union Memorial. Look at that. You have the solar system, right? This was done by Briatman, by the way, this beautiful mural. You got Sun, obviously Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, blah blah blah. Alright. Settle the fuck down, music. Alright. And you got Earth, and from there we went into space to Proxima Centauri. Alpha Centauri as well, but Proxima Centauri, where you've got Centaurus, right? And of course we went, and through space we went to Ton 618, I believe it is. And we got Dan Star, and of course, like Dan Star basically. And you got, what's it called? Fucking Corlander, Bolterus, etc. And so this represents the union of Sol and freaking Centauri. As you can see, I spent a lot of time. So Unipanda, when you asked me before about motivation, this was my motivation, man. This was what I was keeping myself motivated with. Freaking fucking with doing a leaf shader and fucking a tree shader which actually bends all the bark and all this kind of shit because I'm fucking stupid. And doing fucking making the bark look actually proper. Yeah. And the globes and you know, and the buildings, and at night time, the city comes alive. For reasonable performance, mind you, I was actually incredibly surprised. But yeah, doing a freaking shader for that too. That took quite a while. Actually, didn't. It was like 2 days. A day, sorry. But anyway, it was, yeah, I really badly want to finish this map. Whenever I see this map, I just want to jump in and finish it. But yeah, it's just not realistic to complete it right now. Just need to finish the rest of the game first, eh? You can see the rest of the Seoul capital in the background. This being the primary seat of power, yeah. And I think for Sandbox, this could be quite an interesting map as well, because where the fuck are they? Where's the apartments? I haven't finished it. Shit. There you got grass and shit. Right. Whatevs. Get the point. You got lovely terrain in the background, yeah? And heading off into the rest of the city. There's meant to be a shield, which is not finished yet, but a shield covering the entire place. And you've got these lovely windows sized specifically to be able to house, of course, guards and shit, right? So you can do some pretty interesting scenarios, I think, afterwards in this. Water, Fuck, I spent a lot of time on this. Jesus Christ, I really want to finish this. And like, at any point, just feel free to stop me, man, because I can't see the chat at the moment. So, yeah, see? The bins. Fucking... There you go. Chairs. I should probably make them so you can sit down in them. That's dumb, but anyway. Yeah, I really wanted to kind of feel lush and the absolute difference in how this is incredibly rich, and the grass is perfect. It's cut to a certain length. Obviously here it's not finished, but everything's kept very neat and tidy, and you got fucking mailboxes which are ridiculous, but fuck it, right? Everybody got nice pathways and all this kind of shit, and then you got that contrast to Centaurus, where there's just rain and it's hot and there's fucking little buildings here and there, and it's just unlivable for most of the time. And another thing I did was also make this gold shader. Yeah, I really wanted that all the buildings are like this kind of goldish ridiculousness, show me your dick kind of bullshit. It's like fucking slap that cock on the table and fuck you, we're Seoul. That's basically what it should be. Yeah, that's kind of the way they present themselves. It's fucking we are Seoul, and you can see fucking yeah. I actually have 3 or 4 lights with the camera in this place at all times, so that when you move around, you'd get this kind of glitter even in the darker areas, because I just want it to feel really good. Yeah, so you can kind of see it when you move the camera. It's a little bit of a bug, but fuck it, I'm fine with that. And you got the ridiculous Seoul Eagle. You got flotillas defending it from above. And then you got its placement in the map. Ignore the blue underneath. But yeah, you occasionally get shadows from another shit. But yeah, it would take a while to complete this, and especially there is no place at the moment for proper strategy construction. Yeah, because originally this was meant to be just a siege map. It wasn't meant to be used for a thing, but I do want to actually make it possible to use as a strategy map, because quite fucking frankly, when I put a bunch of infantry and some fucking vehicles and some fucking vehicles and some fucking vehicles and some more vehicles, and I tell them, oh, you guys, especially this. Oh yeah, by the way.
Yes. Orders. Yes. Orders. Reporting for
Work in progress. Mr. Zippo is working on that. Anyway, and you tell them all to, oh, you guys, you can fuck off over there, and you get that kind of, oh, this one doesn't have the nav mesh. Shit, I didn't recalculate it. Fuck, I forgot to recalculate the nav mesh. Doesn't matter. Right, ignore it. The vehicles are going to be doing exactly the dumb shit. Yeah. Yeah, I need to recalculate the nav mesh. Wait, I can actually do that very quickly. Simply by placing one structure there, fucking one structure there, fucking one structure there, fucking one structure there. Right. Oh, this is the seat of power, by the way. And I have to note, all of it has colliders, yeah? This thing is 1.6 million triangles. Just fucking baseline. Fucking ridiculous. And you can walk everywhere on it, of course. Not in it. It doesn't have an interior. Yeah. But anyway, now we can delete those structures and it should have regenerated that nav mesh. But basically, we'll grab Mr. Krabu. Oh, fuck. For fuck's sake. Oh, and the aliens have also improved sounds. I still want to improve them further, but... so they have a bit more impact to them. That's the first step of the way to make them feel a bit better. But anyway, that's the minor thing. Yeah, so you can see you can, oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. Go, Mr. Crab. You can do it. Yeah, you get the point. Everything has colliders, right? Long story short. Including here. So, yeah, and what I wanted to do eventually, and as part of destruction, I wanted to do it like, because originally I wanted to do this city where it's like in a destroyed state, so you'd have kind of this already like hit and burning and whatnot, but then I thought, wait a minute, that's fucking shit. A better way to do this would be to in fact have it in an immaculate state, and it gets fucked as you fight in the location, right? So the whole idea is I want to do this eventually where I replace the shader of the lights inside there with basically burning inside there, and there's smoke and fire coming out from outside, like coming outside. So as you hit the buildings and they take damage, slowly the city begins to burn. You know, that's the kind of what I would like to do with it. But that's why it needs more time and needs, because yeah, just basically post 1.0. And there's a little Easter egg here. Where's that fucking thing? Where'd I place it? Where the fuck did I place that shit? I am dumb. I swear to God I placed it over there. Oh, I know why I moved it. I think. Never mind, I'll place it afterwards. It's a little Easter egg. It's going to be placed somewhere on one of these benches. And it's a reference to the Dark Mod when I was working on it, Blackheart Manor. Full circle, because Blackheart Manor had exactly this kind of a style, Art Deco from the outside. I was really in love with it at the time. But yeah, like this is the shit. I wanted to do the units fighting in this. Fuck's sake, keep getting distracted by myself, eh? And let's try this. Again, whatever. Whatever. Right, dudes.
Yes.
Yes. Go over there.
Commander.
Off you go. Yeah, I need to reduce their jumping. It's ridiculous. But this is exactly the kind of thing that you want, you know. And by the way, it runs like shit in the editor, so don't worry about it. I really need to upgrade my PC as well. Oh, another thing I want to show is that jumping that I mentioned, how I increased the speed. You can see it feels much more like you would expect of a standard game. So you can jump pretty damn fucking high. Oh, you want to go over there? Alright, fine. I'll put another one here. Right. A dude, and look. Oh, you can jump over the guy. I can land on his head. It's a bit ridiculous, but it's really pleasant for gameplay, right? So when you put a heavy quad, now you just go whoop, and off you go. You're on top. And it's the same with the aliens. The aliens too jump and fall faster. So if you jump up, you land quite fast. It's just a must, quite frankly. Oh, fucking bastard. Anyway, but yeah, man, I really want to complete this map. I really do. This is my motivation, Mr. Panda. This is my motivation, man. Still a lot to finish. But yeah. Anyway, I'll check back with the questions. Fuck. Shit, what was this? What I miss? Where's my hover car? Yeah, that was a thing. Can I get a passenger seat in the car? There is a passenger seat, man. Okay, so I have to restart the level just because I deleted everything. But yeah, there's 2 seats. Shit, are there? Fuck, I believe there are. I'm pretty damn sure I did do a seat next to him. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be dumb and not have finished it. No. Alright, I haven't finished it. Alright, I'll need to finish that. Yeah, for sure, man. It definitely needs, like... Yeah. Let's see. Little jet at the bottom. Boom. Where the fuck are you off to? Oh, man. And then you have MLRS. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it. Doing his shit. Fuck that was boring. Give me the big guns. There you go, Sol. How's your capital now? It's a big tank. It is a very big tank. Oh shit. Yeah, very big. Oh man, I really want to finish this, guys. I really do. I really want to finish that. Fucking hell. Anyway. So what's this? By the way, guys, leave the drive-by aim feature, please. Reminds me of the Warthog. Yeah. It is the like for that vehicle, it's aim like thing. Drive-by aim. Any plans for a lingering damage fire effect from the flame tank? It kind of has it, but it's relatively short, because I mean we don't have like damage for like long-term damage, right? Throw that fire. All right, it's a bigger map than I anticipated, but it would be nice to have lingering fire. There is a bit of a lingering fire, but not a very long one. It's mainly like the reason is just so that it's not burning there, but nothing's happening. You know, you want like with actual damage. Yeah, the sunsets can be relatively dramatic here too. All right, morning's fine. Fuck's sake. The Grand Capitol. Oh man, guys, I really need to finish this one. I really do. I want to see what a Colossus looks like in the sky. As mean as... oh shit. Fair enough. He doesn't give a shit. Oh, he does give a shit, but he's just not looking at it. What I can't see can't hurt me. Fair enough. But yeah, that's the current state of this one. Speaking of trees, when will Satori's trees stop breaking like crystals? Yes, I need to finish the particle effects for that. We have those benches in our garden at our pond. The exact same bench, pretty much. Creepy. Well, there you go, man. That is pretty creepy. Wait, where are they? Yeah, yeah. Like, literally the same? Even with, like, lion's head? Are you sure? Because there's a general style of these kind of benches, you know, they're very European. Notice gravity is different. Each Earth gravity in place. Lycan, that just is you seeing things. It's Earth gravity is even on Volturus. The reason is because with my previous experience with Take on Mars, people just don't take different gravity very well. Because the vehicles just bounce all over the place and it's not something people enjoy. So I've, like, all the maps have the same gravity, just for gameplay reasons, basically. Jumping looks better. Yeah, it is just much more pleasant to just generally move around with a character, quite frankly. It feels more responsive. You're not floating as much. Yeah. I mean, he's got a really, really high jump, but, I mean, it feels good for the game. I'm the scout at the moment. The Soul MLRS should just have a long reload time but good damage. It's got to be badass, no doubt. Soul would destroy that city, no problem. Well, Soul would destroy it, but it's their city. but I mean, to be fair, let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right, let us AI disable it. We'll put the Soul barrage truck. We'll put 3 of them, and we shall put 3 normal rocket tanks. But we'll put them all the way back here because, quite frankly, if they're too close, they'll eliminate them, barely fit across the street, for fuck's sake. Anyway. And this view is just so much fun in this map. It really is. But anyway, fuck it. There was a very large exchange of fire. And everyone died, for fuck's sake. Well, there you have it. But if we do, I'm just gonna, for simplicity, I'm gonna put the Crimson tank. Alright? And we're gonna attack it with, actually I'll put 2 because I want to do 2 examples. 2 Crimson tanks. And we are going to use the barrage truck, and as a baseline, railgun. Alright, so railgun to the side. You can see how much damage that takes, along with rockets. Yeah, reasonable amount of damage. Now this dude. 48 rockets is 48 rockets, basically. But yeah, I really want to make this map entirely, like, well, not entirely, but mostly destructible, so you can destroy the trees, the fucking benches, and shit like that. Be really epic. Would be really epic. If the Crimson Attack had some side turrets, it would basically be a Bane blade. Dram, Soul Structure Bunker windows are a bit wonky depending on the FPS class you are. Any plans to make all infantry equal in height to fix that, or no? To be perfectly frank, Talion, like the bunkers and shooting out of them, there is one primary thing which needs to change with all infantry, and that's this. It is this one change, but give me a sec, I'll put freaking, let's say, you know, I'll use a bench. I'll use a bench as a baseline. Right, so I shoot here, I'm aiming at the grass, and I hit the bench. Right? I will take a smaller dude, the scout. I'm aiming at the grass, and I hit the bench. I take Big Mr. Commando, and of course I'm much taller than the bench, so that's not much of a problem, but I aim at the grass, and I hit the bench. Now what needs to change, right? If you see, like, when you go into this view, you can see why, of course. I mean, the gun is literally aiming at the bench, right? So it makes sense, but it's not fun, right? Well, not fun, sorry. It's difficult to use. Now, what needs to change, and this would fix it for the bunkers as well, is that you need to do it like it needs to be so that the hit is calculated from the center of the crosshair, not from the weapon. And that would solve basically all problems regarding this, right? Because there's a second problem, of course, and it's this. You know, okay, not there. There you go. You know, whereas here, you can in fact not have a target there, and you're shooting behind the edge without seeing, right? So that I want to change where it comes out of the camera, like the actual projectile, but visually the projectile will come out of the barrel as it does now. But it'll just converge on the visual one. I mentioned this ages ago, but that would fix the problems with it. But otherwise, I do actually want to keep the size difference, because there's this always like standard thing in games where all the characters need to be the same size, right? But quite frankly, I think that's a real pity, especially in an RTS FPS like Silica, because you kind of want that size difference, yeah? Because going up to this guy, he's like, yo, what's up? And you're like, fuck, man, the guy's huge. You know? Oh, right, there's that teleportation problem, right? I need to fix it for the characters as well. But I just really like that that disparity in size, you know, where you've got this big chunky lad, which is, you know, a commando because he's big and chunky, and then you got the scout, which is really, you know, thin and barely any muscle. Where is his muscle? Where this guy is just built as fuck, you know. So I do want to keep the size difference, quite frankly, because it just makes it feel a little bit more interesting, you know. Mainly from an FPS perspective. What are you doing? Yeah, there's a teleportation problem. Right, I'll fix that. So yeah, I hope that answers that. Do you have plans for better building destruction before 1.0? Yes and no. Definitely better visuals for destruction, like, because right now the structures just change to black and GG, right? I want explosions for every structure, right? I mean, it's a bit ridiculous every structure explodes, but it's just much more fun. It's that kind of like payoff, you know? So they're all going to explode. But otherwise, like doing like individual, like you can break a tower and this kind of stuff. No, definitely not before 1.0. Yeah, literally. So also lion heads, just that mouth open. Jesus Christ. Fair enough, Unipanda. Fair. Aliens look like they fell quicker, but I assume that's just the jump adjustments. Yeah, they. I mean, if I put, I'll just switch off AI so they don't fucking target each other. But if I put, pause it. A dude, and an alien, and pause. I'll slow down time so we can see it. You can see they fall at the same rate. What the fuck? You survived? How the? All right, it's almost. Right, fair enough. But yeah, you can see they fall not quite at the same rate, right? So the way I do it to get that good feeling of movement is, as soon as you jump, right? The gravity applies like as soon as you jump, it gets applied at double speed, right? Like 2 times, you know, basically 2 times the force of gravity, right? That kind of gets that feeling of fast movement quickly. But notice how then it doesn't actually continue speeding up. It's actually not very noticeable, but it's important to keep realistic falling, right? So at first, until you're moving at a certain speed, you get double the force of gravity, right? But then it returns you back to like normal force of gravity to continue your fall in the realistic kind of realistic fall as it should be, right? The reason for that is it allows for it's the best of both worlds, where you got good control over the character, but at the same time it doesn't make you more susceptible to falls, right? There's no water simulations. You can see I need to actually do that, but anyway, fuck it. There's underwater shit, but yeah. Anyway, the same thing is for crabs, except they have a slightly different tolerance for the fall. You know, and it just feels much better. Oh shit! It's doing blood. All right, fine. Oh, because it's wet. But anyway, yeah. I hope that explains it. Where was I? Yes. Connect beat me, game's over. Was a good game. Well played, yeah, guys. getting stuck everywhere. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Mr. Connect. Well, I'll fix that shit, man. Yeah, I had it to my game. I noticed it happens more if the units come out on a slope. Interesting. I'll have to look at it. Also saw AI Colos not shooting. Yeah, Connect, that is most likely because they didn't turn to face the direction. Or that there was collateral damage. If they have their own other units around, they will not shoot to the thing. Anyone notice that death animation? Yeah, Lycan, don't get your hopes up, because there is, just to clarify, there are ragdolls in this. And there's a reason why I haven't mentioned them, because we're going to be removing them for before 1.0. They're just not done. Right, as you can see, there's a lot of time that was spent trying to get them right, and it's just not realistic to finish it before 1.0. So that's one of the candidates to be finished after 1.0, as you can see. Yeah. And I mean, the queen goes completely fucky as well. You know, if you kill her, if I manage to kill her, I know, I shall use a crimson tank. Wait, no, pulse track will do the job too. Prepare for fuckiness. Oh, it was partially fixed, but as you can see, I mean, this is not ready. Yeah, I mean, it's nice, but you know, there's issues that occur. Like sometimes they'll be clipping into the ground, like in a situation like here, where the legs will clip into the ground and cause issues and all this kind of stuff. The things will fall through, so they're just not ready. They're just not ready. The ragdolls are awesome. Yeah, alas. Dram, any plans for FPS weapon options? Pistol, grenades, diligence, DMR rifles, shotguns? Not before 1.0. I wanted to have that in, but it's just not realistic. Because, yeah, just not realistic at the moment. But it is one of the things I would definitely like to do post-release. If there is a reasonable level of success. You know, being brutally honest, because it's just a big time investment to like overhauling the FPS mechanics. Or has it been scrapped? Heavy minigun is still something I'm hoping for. Yeah, I mean, you know, like a pistol, like being able to switch weapons. Yeah, I'm scrapping it. Just until we need to achieve 1.0, man. We really do. You know. I want barking crabs now. Imagine barking crabs being shot from the crabapult. For Christ's sake. Well, look, here's your crabapult. Ready? What you do? You get a crimson tank. Where is he? Here we go. Aim up. Switch off AI. No. There we go. You get Mr. Crab. Oh, for Christ's sake. What the fuck? Where'd he fly to? I didn't even see him fly. Wait, how do you... Oh, I forgot to switch off damage, of course. He went to Ragdoll. Yeah, you can see the Ragdolls here, right? I mean, it's just not ready yet. They kind of fall apart. That was okay, but yeah. But yeah, I really want to show the... Come on. Right. He's ready for the crabapult. Need more force. But anyway, you get the point. Soul buildings. That's not a little bit, I'm sad. Yeah. Trust me, Italian, I am sad too. I really would like for that as well. But alas, it is the way it is. Need to complete it, man. Need to complete it. Really do. And I want to show you, by the way, one thing. Ready? these holes. Of course, you can shoot through them, and if you go quickly enough, you can also jump through them. Fuck, missed. Fuck, missed. Yeah, some nice little things you can eventually do. Change the projectiles to crabs. Yes. Currently I don't have it supporting actually firing a crab as a projectile, but I could actually... Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Actually, you know what would look pretty cool in this place? How many do I have? 350. Alright, so it's standard standard army. Alright, and you probably turn on AI, right? Off you go, guys. What are you doing? What's going on? Too many pathfinding requests. Oh, they're actually under attack. By who? Oh, right. Of course. Taking a shit.
Spawn lost. Spawn under attack.
Yeah. I really need to rebuild the nav mesh here. But yeah, guys, that is the long and short of it. Yeah, I really do need a long vacation. I will be honest. Like, it has been a very brutal project. But yeah, just gonna stop observing my map. I'm gonna stop there. Mr. Lycan, I shall let thee take over. Take over again.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. There we go. That was very good. We've been seeing lots of goodies. I do like goodies. I do like goodies indeed.
Yes. Man, I really want to complete that map. I really do.
Now I'm liking how the vehicles are turning out. Still a lot more to see though. Like we've got air units and all, so that's gonna be interesting to see what Centauri has on the table when it comes to aircraft.
Yeah,
And
there's
oh
Go
man,
on.
like I said, you're not doing a good job of keeping me on Centauri. Every time I see a soul unit, I'm like,
But what's come on, the combat tank, the strike tank, the
I
heavy
know,
tank, the
I know.
crimson tank, the pyro tank. Come on, man. Rocket tank.
Yeah, but there's beautiful big structures, and then there's the raily boy, and I'm a rail boy, so it just yeah, I don't know. I have to wait. I have to see what all of the all of what Centauri offers at the end, and then I'll make my mind up. I'll be like, do I go for big, beautiful buildings, or do I go for big tonk? You know what I mean?
This is true.
But no, they're shaping out to be really different from each other. It just shows like the artillery between them both, like the what's it, the rocket tank and the barrage truck. How like they're similar but they're different. Like they both capable of like wiping each other out, but they're both one's more of a widespread blanketing effect, and the other one's more of a precise, 4 missiles, big explosion, big boom type deal.
Yeah.
And then you got the siege tank, which is big old plasma ball, and then you've got the crimson tank, which is, get out of my way, else I run you over. Yeah, so it's looking good. It's looking good, and I like the suspensions as well. I like the suspension changes with all the vehicles. The
Yeah, it
harvester is
should be a
probably
bit
going to
more
be
fun to drive them.
yeah, and the harvester should be quite nice going over those bumps now, to get to its destinations and such. Would that be an effect with the crystals in the Bolterium fields as well? I would assume it's still going to run them over and break them.
Oh yeah. That's unaffected.
Yeah.
Just the suspension works better. Like the main thing was with the light armored car, you'd get a lot of bouncing. Like it just hit a rock and then bounce off.
Yeah.
In this really unpleasant way. Hey, Checkface, greetings from Brno. Ahoy, jak se máš? Yeah. Speaking of names, are those final? A lot of games often go for nicknames for the vehicles, just like calling the flame tank Surtur or something. Well, the thing is, I wanted to kind of go with the approach of a more descriptive name rather than like, like, I don't know, Hellfire tank or some shit like that, right? Because going with, I just want to be a bit more unique in that regard by going with something a bit more simplistic. Yeah, exactly as you say. But they're not like not all of them are final. The ones I'm not really sure about are light quad, like the Sol light quad. So it might be, for example, light attack car and heavy attack car instead of like light quad and heavy quad, for example. But yeah.
Brimstone tank.
Dobře.
Brimstone tank.
Brimstone tank. Yeah, but that's things like those are like, the Crimson tank is a very specific one. Obviously, it's not descriptive, so to speak. I don't know. It's some things like I just like that approach of In fact, Dune 2 is where I got this idea of naming from. They just had just very simple names. It wasn't like, the epic Kill Bitch 1001, whatever, but it was just simple, Siege tank, combat tank, scout car. Yeah, it can be scout car, something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. So,
You've got light quad, heavy quad, armored car, heavy armored car.
yeah, the only problem is that I'll probably have to rename the Centauri one or rename the Sol one, because the Sol, like Centauri, have the light armored car at the moment, and the Sol have the heavy armored car. That doesn't make much sense.
No.
So that needs to be disconnected. One option is just to have light armored car and heavy armored car on Sol, and on Centauri rename the light armored car to assault car, for example. I'm sorry, but now we need a vehicle called the Epic Killbit 2000. And would love if the new Sol car, the Sol hover car and the heavy quad could all get some passenger seats. Yes, dude, I want to put passenger seats into almost everything. Because it's exactly that kind of thing where, someone hops into a railgun tank and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, you want to go with them. So it would be good to have a kind of like a second seat. I come for Sunday streams and sometimes to play. I enjoy your game. I just wish there were more players in it. Díky moc, kupaher. Yeah, like I do wish there was more people playing it. But I think a lot of people are waiting for 1.0. I mean, some of the problems that were mentioned here, like just Mr. Connect mentioned a little bit before, which was them crashing into walls and this kind of stuff, which is new. Yeah. Until that kind of stuff is just flawless, it won't have a very large player base. It needs to be technically at a level where it's like, So until then, it just won't have a massive audience. That's just the reality of it. Will they have different transports? Yes, Mr. Crown. They'll have different. Basically, all of their units are going to be completely different. Yeah, they will have completely different units for both sides. So I have to do. I would show the image of the unit split, but it's honestly not much to look at, and I'd prefer not to ruin it in that regard. So I won't show that, but basically the unit split itself is, where is it? Here it is. The unit split. What have I got left? Right. For the heavy vehicles, you've got the combat tank, the heavy tank, rocket launcher, rocket tank now. Makes more sense. the Pyro tank. You got the MLRS, which is a barrage tank, pulse truck. And then you got the transports, right? The transports, like the current one, the armed transport. I'm going to remove the grenade launcher. It's just way too OP. It's going to be replaced with just simple MG or nothing, essentially. But simple MG is probably the thing, the target. And the current one there, that's the Centauri one. Sol will get a kind of like a wider one, looks a bit more like a bug, so to speak. It's a bit more wider thing. And then also the Sol need their equivalent of the heavy quad. That's of course the flak and the light armored car I would have showed a moment ago. But yeah, and the infantry, of course, With the infantry, I'm kind of going there. I'm going more for one to one, right? So there'll be the scout, the rifleman, the marksman, the heavy, and the commando. But of course, they'll use slightly different names. But you get the point. They'll have the same thing. Just there, it makes sense. Just the vehicles where it makes most sense to kind of diverge. Yeah, and then of course the Crimson tank, and then you got the 4 air units. And with those, I'm going with a slightly different approach, right? Both will, of course, have a dropship, almost very, very similar. They'll both have a bomber, but the bomber for Centauri is different. And then there's the standard fighter, right, for Centauri, which will be different from the fighter for Sol, obviously. And then it'll have a very different gunship. Like the gunship for Sol is a gunship. And for Centauri, it's very different. I'll leave it. I don't want to spoil it too much because there's at least some surprise. But yeah. There is that. So what I miss? If Centauri gets the heavy, what will replace him with the Sol infantry forces? To be honest, it'll be sad to break that band up. True, but it's just that the heavy, the current heavy, looks just perfectly fits into Centauri. Big armored motherfucker, Yeah, it just makes sense that he's Centauri, and the replacement for Sol looks a bit more fitting for Sol, I would say. But if I find that they visually just don't fit together, I'll just switch them and put the heavy back into Sol. There is just going to be about once I put them in, once I get the recolor, adjust, implement, etc. Then I'll just switch based on the needs. But I definitely want the Centauri heavy to have the unguided rockets, and the Sol heavy, the equivalent to the heavy, would have guided but a single missile. Would rather give the Centauri infantry a pyro infantry, like a pyro tank, than separate the heavy from his bros. It's more about the visual of the heavy. He looks incredibly, he just looks Centauri, man. Doesn't look Sol. Tak tady česky, došel jsem teď, tak nevím, jestli si na to odpovídal, ale jak to vypadá s podporou modů? Sorry, I'll just answer in Czech, I'll translate in a sec. Vidíš asi sám, co to dělá s armou, když bych mluvil něčem, co tě je nejblíže. So he's asking, like, just check, obviously, like, they just came here. Just want to ask about modding. That where we can see what it does to armor. And so modding specifically. I mean, I did cover it before. Kupaher. So with modding, for 1.0, there will be an editor which you'll be able to make custom scenarios and share them on Steam Workshop. But otherwise, and I mentioned this before, and I'd like to stress this, that the game, I wrote it from the ground up to support modding, in the sense that the AI, it doesn't use specific units, it uses classes of units, right? So if you add another light quad, which is light cavalry, then it will use that in its build list. If you add a new structure, it will use that in its build list as long as it can build it. So this is like the back end, so to speak. But then we need to make it possible to make new vehicles, to make new structures, to make new maps. The maps are the worst part, but the structures, structures and vehicles, that's going to be difficult. But yeah, the map editor is just another level, right? So the first step is custom scenarios, and supporting that through Steam Workshop. Then the next step after that is basically custom scripts, custom vehicles, like possibility to create new vehicles, create new structures, the import of like external assets, 3D models, putting them into the format which is needed, packing those up, etc., and making those into mods. That's post-release. And then a map editor eventually would be superb. I'd absolutely love to do that, because that would really, really help the game, and that is true. I absolutely agree with you. But yeah, it's the main thing about modding is you need to have a game to mod first, and that I mean, I don't have a massive team. That's the biggest issue. Budget. Golanks, yes, we are still calling. But I think we're reaching the end, man. Talion, Dram, any plans for vehicle teleportation or vehicle dropships or alien tunnels to help improve frontline logistics and reduce the need to metropolize the map? Right, so vehicle teleportation, no. Vehicle dropships, like I said, I wanted a carry-all, right? The equivalent of a carry-all. But yeah, not happening before 1.0. Alien tunnels, yeah, aliens still need that fast travel, but I think they don't need it as much once they spread. But you usually need the movement quickly because you die often as FPS, right? As RTS, it's not that much of a problem. But yeah, we'll see once we kind of get more into the shit. But the tunnel is theoretically not needed, and I actually cut it from the 1.0 plans purely because of that reason. Because there's a bit of a complication with it, right? You need to have it visually looking decent. There needs to be some interface for it. Do you select where you move to, etc., etc., etc. And it's just something which doesn't make sense to address now, given time available. Could give each faction a totally different means of moving units to the front line or not. Yeah, 100%, man. Like moving to the front line is always going to be a thing in RTSs, right? Specifically in Silica, like the long distances involved. Yeah, we'll see how things go, but realistically, I don't think that's the biggest problem. The bigger problem is selecting the distance at which you spawn in the maps, because right now you basically start off on opposite corners, for example, quite often on the really large maps, and that makes the match incredibly long, and you want to kind of speed things up a little bit, if that makes sense. Dram needs to be sold on vehicle teleportation. Well, I mean, the problem with teleportation is, again, okay, what is it? There's going to be this large portal which you drive into and pop off you go, or whatnot, because otherwise you're going to get, how should it work? And again, then you get into this whole thing, all right, what about the UI? What about the connection? How do you determine the connection, etc., etc., etc.? And it's not a very simple design problem. Definitely not one worth investing time into right now. I'm just mainly to improve the AI and attract more players with something so that I don't have to keep doing farming simulator instead of the harvester. Yep. Yeah, Kupahara, yes, it's exactly that. The AI is one of the biggest things that needs to improve, and I've been delaying it as I deal with the Sol Centauri split, but it's getting there. Vehicle teleportation like the crab port. Silica needs it, but it's going to take work to convince Dram it needs to be in. Well, the crab port, you'll probably never convince me, quite frankly. Like, a unit vaulting crabs across the map just doesn't make sense, right? It's ridiculous. But, I mean, as a fun little joke, why not? But vehicle teleportation is a bit more of a difficult one. Imagine that into your base, that suddenly a fucking siege tank teleports. I mean, what do you do? Or how is it meant to work? And that's the problem. It can't work like the current system does. Well, unless there are any more questions, I will most likely call it a night because I'm getting quite sleepy. It's almost 1 a.m. my end.
Yep.
And I've been, being brutally honest, the past week and a half, I have been going to sleep at at least 1 a.m. or 12 a.m. Sorry, like midnight, and at latest 3 or 4. So, yeah.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But no, Dram, again, thank you for joining me, and thank you for coming in and answering questions and showing us all the goodies and doing what you do best.
Thank you, man. It was a pleasure, man.
All the lads appreciate it. They always come in and see how you're doing, and they want to know all the deets behind Silica. It's always nice to see. And I can see Nect is about the Crabapult, and Golanks won't stop about the Crabapult, and Talion's probably going to start mentioning the Crabapult soon. So,
it looks funny. You look like you're patting the harvester, man.
I know my cat's like on his little
Yeah, right there, man. Right there.
On his little
looks
cat
like you're patting
tower.
the harvester.
Oh, harvester. Oh. Oh, there's Lewis. Better late than ever, Lewis. Right at the end. How you doing, mate? He's like, damn it, I just got it. Hi, good night. How you doing, Lewis, mate? Yeah, we're just about to call it a night, mate. It is almost midnight for myself, which means almost 1 a.m. for Mr. Dramalam. So yeah, time is getting on. Yeah.
It is indeed.
Hopefully you guys all enjoyed today. Loads of stuff shown. Yeah, loads of questions answered. We've seen the road to 1.0, the little roadmap that Dram provided. Not this. This is the dev board, but this one here. So we kind of got like a map of what is going to be done. Well, is it going to game development changes, but what Dram wants to be done before 1.0 hits. Which is all of this here. So
it's more what needs to be done before 1.0 hits.
Yeah. So
not once. There's a lot of wants missing.
Yeah. Like Soul Map and other things. But as you can see, this is like the road to 1.0. So we already know this is almost upon us, which is the Soul Centauri unit split. We've got single player campaign, editor for custom content. Some of this wording is going to be changed for more elaboration.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot there, like RTS attack move, transports being used by AIs, improved AI unit behavior and commander behavior, structure placement, like improvements on that one. The alien unlinked structure decay, unit repairs, unit barks, which we've kind of seen being implemented in the build you've shown us, like in the Unity editor. FPS squad commanding, which you've said is in the intro to Silica mission. Briefly. Multiplayer, but you can use it at the moment because it's not currently in build.
Yes, it's not in the build at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there, it's just disabled.
Yeah. Multiplayer matchmaking, points of interest in all maps, strategy map, setup variables, and structured delete system, whether it's selling or deleting or deconstructing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is the little roadmap. Tiny little roadmap. But yeah, Dram, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us as well, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed. You see my brain's in the bin right now. Enjoyed today's stream, and thank you for the 5 gifted members right at the very start of the stream. Crazy generous, very much appreciated as always. And over on Twitch as well. How you doing, Caliburn, Real Person, Broly, and Outer Space Monkey? I have noticed you guys there. I was just letting Dram crack on with all the questions, but I have seen you guys there. So, thank you for joining us over on the Silica page on Twitch as well. But yeah, we're seeing more and more juice being added to the game, which is always nice for me.
Always nice should be fun. I'm just disappointed I won't get to finish my Grand Capital map before release, but what can you do? Alas, alack, it is so.
But you never know. After the release, you might be like full whack and smack it, and then all of a sudden the map's on us. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that's probably what I'm going to begin with, to be frank, because I love it. Yeah, guys, please give Mr. Lycan likes, man. He's always a fantastic, lovely lad every Sunday. Smash that like button. Come on.
Smash it to the point where it just breaks. But don't actually break it.
Yeah.
But no,
exactly.
I'll see you guys next week, next Sunday again, as normal. I get to play Metal Gear next week, and I'm actually quite excited.
That should be fun, man.
Metal Gear 3's remade. So, however, it's in Unreal Engine 5, and apparently it doesn't run too good. So we'll see.
Ah, fair
We'll see.
enough.
We'll have to see.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're both like, oh.
It is time.
It is. Right, guys. All the best, and I will see you next week.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone. Dobronoc. Take care, guys. Adios. And yes, Lucho, take